Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway in beautiful Bowling Green, Kentucky. Here's another great example of what Ultra 4 race cars can do. It is an amazing day of racing it is, and it was supposed to be qualifying later on today, but we are racing right now, right today, because tomorrow the weather is coming in and it's going to be a downpour. So instead of canceling the event, all racing goes down today, and out on course right now is the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. I am Miles Hasselquist, and this is Ultra 4 USA for round number 2. And we got a couple cameras on course that we're trying to tech out right now, so we'll get some more camera angles going. But again, this is a last second for everybody, so we're doing our best. So thank you for tuning in. Make sure something very important today is go to our live timing. So live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing that we have right here in the Big B studio. You can see the PCI arch just behind me. So the start finish is, I'm not a weatherman, is right over this way. There's the start finish right there. So out on course is the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class. They are doing 4 laps out there today. And out in the 193 is Justin Myron out of Gladstone, Michigan with Myron's Garage. He's in that goat-built chassis with an LS 6-liter, 400 horsepower, Mickey Thompson tires, Fitty Pad wheels, ADS racing shocks, Holley off-road, and Tom Woods drive shaft. And the only competitor out there in the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class is Corey Day, the number 326 out of Uniondale, Indiana with Day Racing. He's in his Jeep Cherokee with Brannick Motorsports, Mickey Thompson tires, Raceline wheels, Ironman 4x4 fab, ACNC Cutting and Fab, Hunt's Auto Salvage, and Team Indiana, as long as Ford Excavating, Warren Racing, and Factor 55, and especially his wife, Sarah Day. And we also have Anthony Vinoy. Uncle Bubba is out there in the 801, the Pink Machine, out of Hickory, North Carolina with FSU Off-Road. And that TMR chassis with an LS1, Behemoth Drivetrain, East Coast Gear Supply, Barnes 4-wheel drive, and Brannick Motorsports. And then the 890, the old machine, the old Jesse Haynes fabrication car of Jonathan Terhune out of Muncie, Indiana with Team Indiana. Fathead Racing with a Jesse Haynes fab, Mass Motors LS 408 with 600 horsepower, Brannick Motorsports, Nate Jesse, Corey Day, Brant Irwin, and Ronald McDonald. And then we have Jeff Martin in the 1470 out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin Racing, and that Miller Motorsports chassis with an LS7 Turbo 400 with 750 horsepower, Mickey Thompson, Brannick, Method, and then we have Caden Berger, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class with his grandpa, Mr. Brannick Motorsports, in the spot. Chassis, LSX with 900 horsepower. I think the biggest horsepower on course right now. Brannick Motorsports, Thompson tires, Raceline wheel, Badlands off-road. We have Scott Farley out of Irving, Texas, with Davis Racing. That drives his car chassis with Ron Racing 477 horsepower. Is a 4-lap race, and then everybody's main is a 6-lap race, except for the 44ers that get 8 laps. So we've got a couple of people out there on course and right now. So thank you to everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Holley Battle in the Bluegrass here in the Raceway. We've got some action on course. It looks like we've got a flag out, and it's a white flag. They are out on their 4th and final lap. It is Justin Myron, Jeff Martin, Corey Day, Benoit, and then Jonathan Terry. 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. So everybody back home, let me know if you heard that one or not. All right, got on the phone real quick, and it looks like Mike B and the white guy say it's working. I'll crank it up on my end a little bit. Let me know. Yeah, so there must be a camera out on course that's picking up a little bit of background noise. I do apologize. We'll work that through. Again, this was we weren't supposed to go live till 2:30 for just qualifying. So a little bit of a curveball. We had to go live about 3 hours early. So Chris Lundy would take it live is awesome and is working through. So, yeah, okay. So, Brent, is it working good now? Sounds like you were working through some generator. Okay, back in business. So, thanks, Chris. He got it squared away on the backside. Everything seemed to be okay on my end. So, again, thank you for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Again, we do have 3 cameras out on course, but we just placed those about a half hour ago, so he's teching through those right now. And if you're just tuning in, major curveball has been thrown. No racing tomorrow. We're going to do our prelims right now, and then later on today will be the main events. So it's going to be a busy one. We'll keep rolling as best as we can. So thanks, Jason and Jason Voss, Jason Farley, Mike, the white guy, Brent, everybody for tuning in and keeping us honest to see how everything is working here in the Big B studio. So, again, just over my right shoulder right here, there's the start finish. PCI arches behind me. We got the King Kicker. We got the Brannick Boulders just on the backside of the start finish. So start finish is closer to us. And then on the backside of that is the Brannick Boulders. And there is a camera. Let's see if I can reach over that far. That little easy up right there. There's a couple cameras under that. So we should have a good action of the Brannick Boulders later on. We had a drone guy set to come later on today, but with the weather coming in, we went ahead and canceled that, so I do apologize. Usually we'd have a lot better coverage, but Mother Nature calls, and we deal with it, don't we? So we do have the PCI pits further off this way that we won't be able to see, but hopefully I'll get some text updates on that. Yeah, everybody was letting me know like all they can hear is the neighbor hater 3000. So thanks for the updates there. So still looks like we have the next class coming up, and that should be, let's see, those look like stock cars. Yes, that is the stock class, and we do have the stock, the Youth 1000 going out as well. So let me flip my driving sheets. So normally we race stock and open, but open was so stacked up that we are running them by themselves, and actually they have 2 heats during the prelims, and they'll all go to the main. So it's definitely going to be busy for sure. So thanks again for everybody tuning in. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the Battle in the Bluegrass is presented by Holley EFI and brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, PCI, Monster Energy, and by NorCal Rock Racing. There we got the quad box. Thank you, Chris Lundy would take it live. RDP and myself ran out there, like I said, about 20 minutes before the race started. We were scrambling, but good thing I had all the cameras charged up before I came out here because they're looking good. So the top left is the King Kicker, and then the bottom left is the Holley EFI start finish. And the top right is the Brannick Boulders. So that's the cameras we have. Again, we were hoping to have a drone, and then you're stuck with me on the bottom right. I do apologize with that, but we are off and running for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. And I believe A.J. Stratman, I don't know if he was able to make it or not, but we have the 504 of Miller Richmond out of New Orleans, Louisiana, with C. Miller Racing in his stock class and his Can-Am Maverick R, Maxxis, Raceline, RCV, Elka, Sparco, CT Raceworks, and Warren Racing. And then we have Lawless McKenzie out of, I got that one goofed up on my sheet, I'm pretty sure. He's supposed to be the 4986. So I definitely have to get that fixed on my end later on. So that won't happen today. I do apologize. Then we have Jeremy Blackburn out of Pikeville, Kentucky, with On the Gas in the stock class in his Polaris RS1 with Jesus Christ, Valor Off-Road Wheels, HMF Power Sports Nations, OBOR tires. And then we have Rich Brown, number 44, Filthy Brown out of St. Charles, Missouri, with Filthy Rich Racing. So Filthy Rich out of St. Charles, Missouri, in his Polaris with Method Race Wheels, Tensor Tires, Off-Road Armor, Competitive Contractors, and Rogue Auto Lighting, making his Ultra 4 USA debut. We also have Will Klein out there, the number 1337 out of Poland, Ohio, with Inclined Racing in the stock class with that Can-Am, PhD Manufacturing, and his closest guys. And then we have Travis Fisher, the number 4946 out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Bucket Racing in that stock class in his Speed UTV. He wants to give a huge shout out to his wife and TB Builders. Then we have Avery Davis. He is making his Ultra 4 USA debut as well out of Gray, Georgia, with Turned Up Racing, following Mark McCleary around. He's in the Youth 1K class. Youth 1K class in that Can-Am with Turned Up Racing, High Lifter, L&W Fab, Whalen Speed, and CA Technology. We have Caden Gamble, the number 26 out of Tierras, New Mexico, with Bomb Tech Racing in his Can-Am with Apex Power Sports, anti-gravity batteries, and Ultimax belts. And I believe that's all the competitors we have out there on course right now. We do have the 4900 stock class and the Youth 1K. They all have very similar cars. Obviously, Youth 1K is mandatory co-driver, but in short course, it is optional. But other than that, Youth 1K, the cars are very, very similar. Well, looks like we had a camera drop, and it came right back in. So the Brannick Boulders are definitely being exciting right now, but it is Jeremy Blackburn out in the front, leading this race overall, followed closely by Miller Richmond. So Jeremy Blackburn and Miller Richmond really walking away with this. Jonathan Dawes walking behind us. He'll be racing in the 4400 class later on today. And then it looked like that was the number 44 of Filthy Rich. It is. So Filthy Rich making his Ultra 4 USA debut in that third position. And then it's Travis Fisher, Lawless McKenzie, and Will Klein. Then Avery Davis. And then Caden Gamble's still out there running around, I do believe. So we got a pretty good race out there, especially between Jeremy Blackburn. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at beautiful Beach Bend Raceway. Again, I'm a little bit underprepared because we moved everything up today. I do apologize, but we're going to do our best, and the track is absolutely perfect. It rained pretty good on us a couple times this week. And last night we went to the White Squirrel Brewery right there in Bowling Green, had a little kickoff party. That was a lot of fun. So if you were able to enjoy those festivities, thanks for coming out. And hopefully we can do that one again. So again, to put on this race, it takes an absolute army. So a huge shout out to the entire Ultra 4 USA team. Brock and his team here at the Beach Bend Raceway. We have to thank Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI, G-Force Suspension Technology, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King. And the white flag is out, so our leaders are through. So it is Jeremy Blackburn, Miller Richmond, Rich Brown, and Travis Fisher. And you do have to have a spotter in the spotter stand to be out there running with us. So the number 527 of Avery Davis, we saw him coming through the Brannock Boulders just a moment ago. And there's the number 26 of Caden Gamble on your top right that just came through, and your bottom left. The top left is the King Kicker. The top right is the Brannock Boulders, and there comes Jeremy Blackburn through the King Kicker with Miller Richmond following him. So we'll see them in the top right, and the Brannock Boulders right there is Jeremy Brown and Miller Richmond. One more turn to go as they bypass the PCI pits, and the checkered flag is out and ready. It will be flying right here in just a moment. This is getting everything set up for later on today. We will have the main events going on after the prelims. Roberts, you can see him there. He's making sure we're all fed and keeping going. Roxy's got mega merch here, selling all the things. So make sure to come check everybody out. So it is Jeremy Blackburn 1, Miller Richmond 2. What a great race we have had. These are the prelims, and so far, so good for everybody. So it is Jeremy Blackburn, Miller Richmond, Filthy Rich, Travis Fisher, Lawless McKenzie, Will Klein. We still have Avery Davis and Caden Gamble in the Youth 1K. So we'll see when they come through. And again, very important today. Make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have right here in the Big B studio. So this is prelim number 2 for the 4900 stock and the Youth 1K. You should see Caden Gamble and Avery Davis come through here in just a moment. Oh, Avery Davis just did come through. So Avery Davis making his Ultra 4 USA debut takes the checkered flag in the Youth 1K, followed by Caden Gamble. But in the 4900 stock class, it is Jeremy Blackburn, Miller Richmond, Filthy Rich, Travis Fisher, Lawless McKenzie, Will Klein. And then the Youth 1K is Avery Davis and Caden Gamble. The Jeep Life Podcast is checking in from Northeast Pennsylvania. Thanks for checking us out. Yeah, I know we got a little bit of a generator in the background. I'd apologize. It's not in my area. It's down on the course running the Starlings for the other cameras. So, yes, the schedule has changed due to weather. We're expecting rain to start in about 4 o'clock and not stop till tomorrow night with up to an inch or 2 inches of rain and lightning very possible. So I don't want to get all these big rigs stuck and everything else. So, yes, schedule change due to weather. We do apologize. Steve Mueller's tuned in, Matt Cannon, Albane Fields, Taylor Vanoy. Taylor, everything has started. We are running prelims right now. You did miss Anthony Vanoy already. He went out. And you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for those timing. But we are racing today. We are racing now and racing till the race is over and hopefully going to beat the rain, but it is coming. Up next will be the Pro Modified prelim number 1. So Beach Bend Raceway is located right here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, about an hour north of Nashville. It's got 379 acres, beautiful rolling hills. As you pull into this place, it's got a black fence, like a horse fence, rolling hills, green grass. This place is absolutely amazing looking. There's an amusement park here on site. There's a drag race that was supposed to go on tonight and tomorrow, but they canceled theirs a couple days ago. Lucky enough, we're going to get today's prelim and mains squeezed in on Friday and hopefully get packed up and beat the rain out of here. So Brody Owens tuned in. Thank you. It's going to be an interesting day, but we're going to do our best to bring you some great racing action. Again, up next is Pro Mod Prelim number 1. All the prelims are 4 laps, and then the mains will be 6 laps, except for the 4,400. We bumped them up to 8 laps in total. Like I said, they've been working on the track all week long. Justin, one of the lead volunteers here, had his dozer out here, had it cleaned up, and then Jeremy Dickinson hopped on the grader and smoothed her all out. We got the timing loop in. It's been a busy week, but again, a huge shout out to Justin, his entire recovery crew. They've got about 5 Jeeps out there on course, keeping everybody safe and sound. Our Ultra 4 USA race director is there at the start finish. Brian Trotter making sure everything's running as smooth as we can. And there are some grumblings in the pits and everywhere else, worried about the weather. And man, it is here for sure. Break It Billy's tuned in. Thank you for checking us out, buddy. Scott Farley has already ran his prelim. I don't remember, but let's see if we can run back to Ultra 4. Let's go to racing. So Scott Farley got 2nd place in his prelim, so he'll be starting in that first row. Great run by him. So the Jeep Life podcast, Break It Billy, he was one of our great volunteers up in Roush Creek, Pennsylvania. Our first race of the season. Man, it seems like it's been a long time ago, but I think it's only been about a month and a half. So, yeah, it's definitely busy up here. We got a lot of moving parts, but we're making it happen. So, again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at Beach Bend Raceway in beautiful Bowling Green, Kentucky. Now, we're about 60 miles north of Nashville here in Bowling Green. Population's about 70,000. Elevation is 550. Holley EFI, their headquarters is here, as well as the Corvette Museum, Fruit of the Loom, and Camping World. So it's definitely a busy area. And for all you history buffs, the Battle of Bunker Hill was in this area as well. Kind of a cool note I found doing some research. And again, the drag races tonight and tomorrow are canceled. Our race tomorrow is canceled, but we are live racing out on course with the Pro Modifieds. We have Rusty Bray. I hope you guys remember that name from a long time ago. An ex-RRA champion. He's raced King of the Hammers a few times. Life got busy. He stepped away, but when I saw his name pop in the registry, I sent him a text and I said, I'm glad to see you coming back. And he was all excited. So Rusty Bray out of Richmond, Kentucky with Bray Motorsports in the Pro Modified class and his Can-Am with Amco Transmissions of Kentucky, OBOR Tires, Raceline, and Fox. And then Jim Flory is out there, the 999 out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania with Flory Racing and the JW Performance Can-Am X3, CT Raceworks, Metalworks Motorsports, KMK Off-Road. Then we have Gavin Smith, the number 304 out of Charleston, West Virginia with G. Smitty Racing. And that Can-Am with Lynchworks, Mountain Made Off-Road, Jesus Christ, CT Raceworks, and MRT. We have Alex Klein, the number 4311. That's why I had that goofed up. I must have him in a wrong class. I do apologize. And then we have Paul Wolf, the number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing and that Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, RCV, Can-Am Maverick R, Metal FX. Oh, got into the next deal. So, yeah, Badlands Off-Road, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV are for Paul Wolf. And then we have Mark McClary, the number 717 out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing in his Pro Mod car. Can-Am, CA Technology, Wayland Speed, PATV Power Sports, Morimoto Lights, and Super ATV. So on the top right is the Brannick Boulders. The top left is the King Kicker. And the bottom left is the Holley EFI Start Finish. And we are sitting right here in the Big B studio. Well, this is a 4-lap prelim on this 1.2-mile track. Basically identical to the course we ran last year. And the same course we'll be running in September during LS Fest. They say there's 80,000 people that come here. So that's going to be super exciting as we saw somebody launch through the King Kicker. I believe that was Paul Wolf as he's coming into the Brannick Boulders. Let's see, get a visual. Yes, it is Paul Wolf. And then Mark McClary, Jim Flory. So we got a pretty good race on our hands, but Paul Wolf is out front and running strong. So for the Pro Mods, we did split them into 2 different prelims, but they will all race together later on today in the main events. So Paul Wolf is out on lap number 3 of 4. So Jim Flory moves into second position, but not too far behind him is Mark McClary. Oh, and Gavin Smith has moved in the ranks. Mark McClary is off pace. He is pulling off the course. He's been fighting drivability issues. When we went to the White Squirrel last night, I was following him, and he had to pull over and not sure what, and he fired up, took off. During practice, I saw him on the nope rope, and he was having some issues. So a tough break for Mark McClary. He is pulling off. He is under his own power, but I'm not sure what is going on. So Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing playing triple duty today. He is racing in the Pro Mod and the Open class, and then we'll see him later on in his 4400 UFO. There's Jonathan Terhune walking through. We'll see him later on today. We saw him run his prelim this morning. And there goes Paul Wolf. The white flag is in hand. So next time around for Paul Wolf, the white flag will be flying. 1 lap to go for the 1018. His 4th and final lap. He took a lead early and kept on running with it. And last year during the Pro Modified class, guess who won this one? Paul Wolf. So he's trying to back his win up again. And last year, Paul Wolf's fastest lap was a 126.5, and I'm looking through. I think that's the fastest lap of the race last year. And his fastest lap today is a 129. So within a second of fast lap as last year. So Paul Wolf really making it happen right now. Once again, always a heavy hitter out here. So now I see him change the white flag to the checkered. So we should see Paul Wolf coming over the King Kicker here in just a moment on the top left, and then he will be in the Brannick Boulders. And there he is, jumping completely out of screen. Paul Wolf, the 1018, out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing. Again, sorry for the little bit of a hiccup start this morning, but we had some technical difficulties. And then, obviously, we moved the live show up about 2.5 hours, so we were scrambling last second. But Goodby made the call, and I believe it's the right call. I think a lot of grumbling through the pits yesterday was weather. So the checkered flag flies, and Paul Wolf wins prelim number 1 for the Pro Modified once again. What a great run by Paul Wolf. Normally we get some racers that come through here and chat with me. We'll try to do that again, but I think there's going to be a lot of them that are just busy today with the advanced schedule. So it looks like Paul Wolf 1, Gavin Smith 2, and Jim Flory in that 3rd position. So a pretty good run by those 3. And Rusty Bray, we still see him in the Brannick Boulders, I believe. Yes, that is him, Rusty Bray. I hope a lot of you recognize that name old school rock crawler, XRA champion. What a great to see him back. Yes, Alan, no racing tomorrow. Everything got moved up today. So I do apologize, everybody back home, but that's the call we had to make. It's either race today or cancel tomorrow. So we do not want to do that. And yeah, good call. Abe is back home getting some things sorted out for us so we can get started in Moab on Monday. So he's back home, but a big happy birthday to Abe Gonzalez, one of our Ultra 4 USA staff members. I know a lot of you recognize him. He's been around for a very long time. And he said he hates to miss this race, but he hadn't been home on his birthday for a few years. And it gave him a little more time to kind of regroup and get everything set up. So Pro Mod Heat number 2 should be coming up here in just a moment. So while we're going to keep the cameras live, but I'm going to step away. I'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. We are kicking off Pro Mod Heat number 2 with Nick Anderson at 3402 out of Canton, Georgia with Anderson Racing. In his Can-Am Maverick R, Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, and SE Power Sports. And then we have the 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama with Team All Things UTV. He's in a Can-Am X3, All Things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, MRT, Vision, Simpson, Apex Powder Coating, and CT Raceworks. We also have the number 17 of Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama with Jay Shaw Racing. In his CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBOR Tires, Raceline, and Double E Racing. And then we have the number 27 of Cash Lee Croy out of Gunterville, Alabama with Cash Lee Croy Racing in that Pro Mod car. Can-Am Maverick R, Elka Suspension, Double E Racing, Raceline Wheels, and Maxxis Tires. We also have the 101 of Todd Beckett out there running along with us. Todd Beckett out of Pikeville, Kentucky with Top Gun Fabs, Can-Am, built by CA Technologies, Nasty Suspension, System 3, Dirt Monkey Performance. So those are our 5 that are out there running along. They are out on lap number 2. Last time around, it was Jay Shaw 1, Nick Anderson 2, Cash Lee Croy in that 3rd position. 4th was Dustin Robbins, and 5th was Todd Beckett. So up a little bit later, we'll see the open class run, and that is all thanks to All Things UTV. And right now is Pro Modified, presented by G-Force Suspension Technology. Making sure I got all my ducks in a row. But yeah, we got some great racing. So thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Again, if you are just tuning in, tomorrow is canceled. We are racing today. The weather is coming in. So Cruz LaCroix, Cash's little brother's tuned in. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Cash is out there running strong, currently sitting in that second position. And it's crazy, as much rain as we have had already, the dust is already starting to set in. There's a pretty good crowd here as well. And Cash LaCroix just came launching through the King Kicker. So we should see him in the Brannock Boulders. And does he make a pass? No, cannot get a stick. It is a dogfight from Cash LaCroix and Jay Shaw. And they're pretty good buddies. You know, they've got a big smile on their face, but they're leaving it all on the track. And another huge jump through the King Kicker. That would have been Todd Beckett. So it's super close. What is it? 0.3 of a second between Jay Shaw and Cash LaCroix as they head out for their fourth and final lap of this prelim. And then Nick Anderson and Dustin Robbins are neck and neck. And then coming from in that fifth spot is 101 Todd Beckett. So we did split the Pro Mods and the Opens for prelims. But for the main events, it is everybody out there running strong. And yeah, Steve just told me thunderstorm warnings just issued for Bowling Green County. Hey, we're rolling with it, aren't we? So I'm glad we did. I can see the clouds rolling in. It's going to be an interesting afternoon. And Cash LaCroix does get around Jay Shaw as you see them coming over the King Kicker right there. Look at that. Cash LaCroix leading the prelim. Remember, this is just a qualifier. Well, it's a prelim, so it sets them up for the main. It's not a qualifier, but it's not the main event. So this just gets you all set up for the main. So you definitely want a good start, but you don't want to hurt your car going in through it. But checkered flag is in hand with Brian Trotter, and it is flying as we speak. Cash LaCroix just wins his Pro Mod prelim with Jay Shaw. Looks like about 2.5 seconds behind. So Cash LaCroix and Jay Shaw was a dogfight, but Cash gets the win. Great run by Cash LaCroix and Jay Shaw. And that third spot goes to Nick Anderson. So I believe up next should be the Youth 170s. They should be getting staged up down there. And Dustin Robin grabs that fourth position. And then Todd Beckett will be grabbing the checkered here in just a moment. And he does. So I'm going to go check a couple more things. We'll be right back with the Youth 170s here in just a moment. And welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, here at the Beach Bend Raceway. I'm Miles Hasquist. Sorry we're kind of playing triple duty this weekend. A little last-second changes with the weather, and my phone just told me, just like Steve said, there's a thunderstorm warning here, so it's coming. We know it is, so we're going to try to fit everything in we can. So getting ready to take off next is a Youth 1000s. We have Jet One Speed Frazier out of Greensboro, North Carolina, with Frazier Boys Racing in that Youth Limited. He's in a Polaris MRT wheels, Diddy's Big Block, Radical Race Gear, Mom and Dad, and Digging Deeper. We have Hayden Gibson, number 44, out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing in the limited class. It is Polaris, Z-Max, Sun F, DWT, and King. We also have Mills Gibson in the 48, out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing in that modified class. It was Polaris, Z-Max, Sun F, DWT, and King. We have Caden Nolick making his Ultra 4 USA debut. That's Tyler Nolick's son, CA Technologies' right-hand man. So great to see him building race cars and letting his son come out here and play. Out of Riceville, Tennessee, with Turned Up and CA Technology in the limited class. And there's Polaris, CA Technology, Turned Up Racing, 1806 Adventure, and Quick Saw Racing. And then we also have Eli Robbins in the stock class out of Decatur, Alabama. That's Dustin Robbins' son, with Full Throttle Power Sports. It is Polaris, all things UTV, Apex powder coating, Vision Wheels, Super ATV, and MRT. And that is I'm going to say it's about probably about a half-mile loop they're running. We're not sending them in the way back. The Holley EFI backstretch, we're cutting that whole section out. So they're basically just doing this front little oval here. They'll bypass the Brannock boulders. You'll be able to see them in that. They'll be on the right side of your screen there. And Trotter's bringing them out, and we'll do a standing start here in just a moment. And let's see, we do have all three classes, I believe. So it'll be a little tricky. So we'll just do the overall for now, because this is a modified limited, and Eli Robbins is actually in the stock class. So we have three in the limited, one in the mod, and then one in the stock. So we got 5 of our future of our sport out there getting ready to take the green flag. And I believe this is a 4-lap race as well. Green flag in hand, and we are racing. It looks like Jet Frazier with the early lead, trying to get around Mills Gibson. I'm going to step away for just a moment again. I'll be right back. All right, my buddy Jeremy Blackburn raced the stock class just a moment ago, and our timing was a little goofed up, so we ran over there and got that getting that sorted. All right, the future of our sport is out here racing for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Eastern race number 2 here at the Beach Bend Raceway. And the Beach Bend trees are all around here. We're right off the Barron River, so that's where they came up with the name a long time ago. The Beach Bend trees are all over this area, and it is Mills Gibson, Hayden Gibson, Caden Nolick, and Eli Robbins. And Jet Frazier, who took the whole shot, pulled off early. Not sure what happened to him. Tough break there. He was taking off like a rocket, but hey, racing happens. And I just talked to Glennie Page, who is Bill McGibbon's buddy. and they're changing a transmission in their 4400 Jimmy single seat car. So Bill McGivern is probably going to miss his prelim. Hopefully he can get it back in action for the main event, because he's definitely a heavy hitter out there. So again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. It's going to be a great day of racing with Ultra 4 USA. And again, alert, we are not racing tomorrow. We are fitting everything in today. So make sure you go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same live timing I have here in the Big B studio. And again, we need to give a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G-Force Suspension Technologies, Metal Cloak, Maxxis Tires, and King Shocks. And Caden Nolock takes the win in his Ultra 4 USA debut, with Eli Robbins right behind him. Good run. He was in the stock class. Let's see, one of the Gibsons pulling through. So that's Mills Gibson finished just in fine. I believe they're cousins, Mills and Hayden. They may be brothers and sisters. They're definitely related for sure. That's AJ Stratman and Phil Stratman's kin. So great to see them. And it looks like Jet Frazier did get back and going. Not sure if it was a chain or what happened there. But glad to see him at least click off a lap. And the wind is starting to pick up. So it's going to be an interesting day. So again, Caden Nolock 1, Eli Robbins 2, and then Mills Gibson, Hayden Gibson, and then Jet Frazier. So up next should be UTV Open, and timing clicks over just like that. And this could turn into an interesting afternoon. I'm usually out close to the track under an easy up, but we decided to keep the equipment as dry as we could, so I'm under the Ultra 4 USA awning, but I'm getting a little nervous about that now as well. It's blowing hard. So I think John Goodby, the Ultra 4 USA race commissioner, made the good call, and you can see above the Brannick boulders, the clouds are getting thick. The wind is starting to kick. This is going to be a fun afternoon. We'll see what happens. I know there's a lot of people worried about getting their motorhomes and toters stuck, and trust me, we are too. Trying to keep all my paperwork in order. And usually we have a lot of downtime during these races, but not today. And you can hear it in the microphone. You can see, oh, one of our cameras just took a dive. That is two of them have. Uh-oh. We'll see if RDP can run over there and, the PCR is just getting ready to take off. We may just all take off. Oh, paperwork's going. Yeah. We may be on the struggle bus today, but at least we're going to get this racing in. Oh, Miller Richmond's just showing me it's getting rowdy, huh? How far out's that? Oh, it's here. 15 minutes or so. We're getting ready to get hammered, so we'll see what happens. Checking the And while we have a little bit of break, I'm going to try to tidy up a few things. So we will have the Open Prelim at number 1 coming up here in just a moment. We'll be right back.
racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
We don't take these lightly. They're not practiced or anything like that. We're here to try to win. And, you know, we're getting bigger car counts. It's a new track. It's a cool venue, and it's a different change of scenery.
That's what opened for it. But then when the free flag drops, it's all out battle. Mad Max and Thunderdome.
It's gonna be tough. Competition is the best of the best.
For me, it's just a place to go release some anger and have some fun with my kids. And it's like fist fighting in a goddamn race car.
Sport racing to me is a way to get out with friends. Where we spend time together. It's where you get your blood pumping.
I'm excited. I have a lot of confidence on where Ultra 4 is going to be.
Ultra 4 is awesome. It's so much fun to do wheel to wheel with the guy next to you, especially in short course. And what an opportunity to be able to race side by side with like pro level drivers that have won KOH previously, OG drivers that have been in this for 10 plus years.
PCI Race Radio is the leader in off-road communication since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.
Welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Again, I'm Miles Haskell, and you can see the wind is kicking. I ran out to the center and set up those cameras. Had to put the one at the king kicker at your top left under the canopy, so it's not quite the shot we want, but that's all we can get. And you can see the clouds are a-brewing. The wind is nasty. Rain is coming. Again, we canceled tomorrow due to rain. Hopefully we can get it squeezed in today, but prelim number 1 for the open class is out there and running. And out on course, the 902 out of Patrick Murray out of Vass, North Carolina with Saint Paris Motorsports in a CA Technology Can-Am, ZRP, MRP, G-Force, Factory, UTV, Warn, Wayland Speed, and PCI. And then we have the 131 of Phil Stratman, Pinball Phil Stratman out of Villa Ridge, Missouri with TTP Racing, Can-Am X3, RCV, JB Scale Graphics, MRT, King, Big St. Charles Motorsports. And we have Adam Brown, number 334 out of Selma, Alabama with All Geared Up Racing in that 4900 open class. Thanks to All Things UTV. He's got a Polaris Pro R with a Craftworks Supercharger, MRT, CA Technologies, PPEI Tuning, Craftworks, and Trail Armor. And then we have Nick Anderson playing double duty once again in the 3402 out of Canton, Georgia with Anderson Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick R with Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, and SE Power Sports. We also have Dylan Harper, the number 4954 out of Columbia, South Carolina with Harper Racing. And that Polaris, he wants to thank his wife, newborn son Jack, and Dylan Moto X, all platforms. We also have Scott Zollers. You recognize the name Cam Zollers. Well, this is Cam's dad, Scott Zollers, making his Ultra 4 USA debut, number 1105 out of Canton, Ohio, with Scott Zollers Racing. And that Polaris with Cam's Motorsports and Pro Art Design. And the rain is starting to hit. It is blowing. It is nasty. It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. But I'm going to hold out as long as I can with Pinball Phil Stratman out in the lead with Nick Anderson behind him. Then it's Adam Brown, then Patrick Murray. The wind has completely changed directions, and it is getting gnarly here. You can see it already took down the PCI arch, blew down a couple cameras. It is getting rough out there today. So we have Mills Gibson over here. He's coming to say hi. I tried to get him on the headset. He said no. I was asking him, what about your sister Hayden? She's around, but she's doing her thing. He was just coming to say hi and check on us. And again, man, the rain is starting to come in hard. Well, it's just starting to come in, but the wind is coming in strong. You can see everything here in the Big B studio getting blown away. But Phil Stratman is still holding off Nick Anderson. Oh, and I've got Paul Wolf on here. So, yeah, he's out there, the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road Park, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV. But his transponder is not reading, so we'll have to do a visual on him. But I think he's actually leading this race. Again, a lot of moving parts. I apologize. I'm a little off par today, but we're doing the best we can with what we got, and it's going to be well, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Uh-oh, and yeah, Jason and Sarah Day are all saying this storm's getting rowdy and could be some hail, so I don't know what's going to happen. The wind is rough out there. You can see everything in the background is blowing, so hopefully it blows over quick, and we'll see what happens. But, yeah, what a crazy turn of events it has been as Paul Wolf enters the Brannock Boulders for his fourth and final time here in the open class. So, again, his transponder does not look like it's working on my end. But, again, we do there's a video camera with scoring out there, so they'll be doing the best they can to keep everything rolling strong. Yeah, the wind is kicking. Again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Trying to keep up with everything that's going on. And man, it's getting rowdy. I think some people are already heading for cover. But I'm going to stick it out. And it does look like Paul Wolf and Nick Anderson were neck and neck. Again, Wolf's transponder was not working. So I believe it was Paul Wolf and then Nick Anderson, then Phil Stratman, then Adam Brown, then Patrick Murray. So why oh man, another camera got blown over. I think that's what we're going to be stuck with for right now. So in between races, I'm going to try to tidy up some things, but more racing action come to soon. What is up next? I believe that's going to be the 4400s up next, so I will not miss that. And we are back for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist, and joining me in the Big B studio is Justin Myron off to a pretty good little prelim run, part of the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Yeah, man, that was an awesome run out there. Really happy with that after what we had go down in practice this morning. We really only got 2 good laps in. On the 3rd lap, we slung a belt.
Okay, so I was busy doing this stuff. I missed practice completely. Okay, slung a belt, huh?
Yep, slung a belt, put it back on, made another half lap, slung it again, so we just pulled off.
Oh, and I was wrong. It is prelim number 2 for the open class. So it's Dylan Harper, Cash Lee Croy, Jay Shaw, Cody Willenborg, Josh Owen, and Dustin Robbins. Trying to read through there. Let's talk about Josh Owen. This is his first time out there today. The number 375 out of Westminster, South Carolina, with Master Motorsports Racing in that open class Can-Am Maverick R. S3 Performance, G-Force, Raceline, Knott Construction, JDC Construction, Ceramic Creations, and Pipe Masters. So let's talk about the course. It is perfect right now.
It is honestly perfect conditions from all the rain we've received. I wouldn't want much more rain on it, but it's really nice out there.
And I've already seen some dust, but I think Mother Nature's going to take care of that for us here in just a moment. We'll see what happens. It was getting gnarly, but it's already starting to break up a little bit.
Yeah,
so
it almost looks like it might be going around.
Let's hope, right?
Yep.
So yeah, you're out there running with the guys, and Caden Berger's out there in his car, and you guys are battling a little bit.
Yeah.
Who was your battle out on course?
Oh man, my battle out there was Jeff Martin. He was right on me, man.
And that Miller car.
He's got a big motor and it's fast, but we just got our 408 back together and in, so we had some power again. But yeah, it was a great battle out there.
Awesome. That's what it's all about. Now you're. We made the audible today is we are not racing tomorrow. We're doing prelims now and mains tomorrow. I mean, it's a bummer, but it's better than not racing, right?
Yeah, with the mains tonight for sure. Because tomorrow probably wouldn't happen.
Yeah,
with the weather, and it'll probably be a pond.
Yeah, we were talking about it, and just what do you do? There's nothing you can do. So if we can get it in, let's get it in. So I think John made the right call there.
Absolutely. We were actually talking about that over in the pits with the guys, and I was like, man, we should bring that up at the drivers' meeting, and John did right away, and we're like, that's definitely the right call.
Well, so we were internally talking, we don't want to do this, but we'd rather do something than nothing. So I'm glad you guys understand and appreciate it too, because it's not our fault. It's not your fault.
That's Mother Nature, man.
It happens.
Yeah,
so
we just roll with it and we make it happen. That's Ultra 4.
100%. So it looks like the start line camera blew over again. So I'll try to run out there here in a little bit and get it straightened out. But you're looking at the top right is the Brannick Boulders. The top left is the King Kicker. So that's the one before the Brannick Boulders. What'd you think of that jump? Pretty good, isn't it?
Oh, man, all the faces of the jumps are perfect today. I mean, just full throttle assault on them. And, it's awesome.
Yeah, well, as soon as I said it was starting to break up a little bit, it's not.
No, it's definitely windy. My canopy's probably gone. It's on its last leg already.
And it seems like every canopy's on its last leg. Every time you set it up, it's a gamble.
Yeah, we've been coddling this thing along for way too many seasons, but it still works. And yeah, one of these days it's going to be the dumpster on the way home.
I feel you there. So go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com for the same timing we have here in the Big B studio. And once again, it's a dogfight with Cashley Croy, Jay Shaw, and then Dustin Robbins. Cody Willenborg clicking off a lap. Josh Owen still moving. I did not see Dylan Harper. Not sure if he took the start or not.
Yeah, it could be just the live timing and scoring thing. Maybe he was in the last heat.
Okay,
they were just splitting those guys.
Yep, we're definitely on the struggle bus on a few things today.
Yeah, but hey,
throwing
man,
everything last second, but we're pulling it together.
We're making it happen.
Yep.
That's what it's about.
And you guys are what's making it happen. So thanks for being true sportsmen and rolling with the punches.
Yeah, absolutely. Love Ultra 4. Love the whole race series, and we have a blast doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the rocks are really good today, too. We got like 2 to 3 good lines developing.
Yeah, we were walking. When we got here, it was covered in grass, so we burned off what we could.
Yeah, I walked them this morning. I mean, I would say inside out of that corner is the smoothest for sure. But I think in the heats for sure, we'll probably see some passes develop with guys sweeping in to out. And we got the rain shoot on the canopy slapping Miles, so he's tucking that around.
Yeah, I mean, the Brannick Boulders are really cool. And like you said, there's 2 to 3 different lines through there. And I think that's a passing opportunity for sure.
Absolutely. I think when we come to the mains, you're going to see that being one of the good passing opportunities. Guys are going to get on the throttle and give a show.
Put on a show
to make the pass.
Yep. Let's talk about passing, because this course, it's wide. There's passing almost the entire course, right?
Yeah, I love what they did here from last year. Last year was a little narrow, but it definitely seems like they've graded it all out, did a lot of dozer work. So there's inside, outside, and everything. Inside's a little soft, but mid-track's really good. Outside's got some of the, the loose kicked up dirt, but there's definitely passing opportunities. I know in my prelim there, Jeff was right behind me. More motor. My guys are like, he's sweeping outside and pulling you. So, changing some lines up, but there's passing opportunity out there, and the rocks is going to be a good spot for it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's incredible what you guys do out there and put on a show for everybody. It looks like that's Cashley Croy that just came through the Brannick Boulders. That is our physical race leader, and he will be grabbing the checkered flag, I do believe. Yes, checkered flag is in hand for Cashley Croy. Did he win his last one too? Yes, he did. So he's gonna win the Pro Mod and the Open. That's pretty impressive by that young man.
Definitely be good to start on pole for the mains later today, depending on what this weather does. Because if it's greasy, if you can get out there and kind of control the track,
and
that's
then maybe
a good
coat the guy behind you so they can't
Absolutely.
see.
Burn his tear-offs up by lap 2 or 3.
So you're starting on the front row, right?
Yeah. I finished first in the prelim.
So you'll be up there.
Right on pole.
And then you have Corey Day out there who finished 3rd overall in his stock car.
Really? That's awesome.
That's going off memory. But yeah, he had a great run out there. So.
He had a great race here last year until he lost his tire and kept going.
The axle, it was on the bare axle on that
he
one
was
corner.
Dragging it. Yep.
Pretty wild. So Cody Willenborg gets that 3rd. So yes, it is Cashley Croy, Jay Shaw, Dustin Robbins, and Cody Willenborg. 1, 2, 3, 4. and the rain is here. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day. John
yeah.
gonna be right behind us.
It's
right,
coming down
where's it
now.
at? Right there, pulling down the PCI arch, and it's laughing. Everybody's having as much fun as they can.
Everyone's scrambling right
yeah,
now.
scrambling. So yeah, what a day it is. And you can hear it even through the mic now. It's coming down pretty good.
Yep. It looks like it's almost clear on the backside. Maybe we'll just get a little squall and roll through. And
Man, a little squall would be fine. Maybe take a half-hour break here, see what happens. And, man, I would love for it to put a little bit of water down and then get on out of here.
Yeah. What do we got? 4,400 prelims? It would be next.
Yeah, I mean, we almost got through the prelims before the rain set in, but looks like Trotter's walking over this way, so I'll see what he has to say. So it sounds like we're just waiting on a couple cars. So we're gonna try to keep on trucking through this thing.
Trotter's made of sugar too. He said it needs a jacket so it doesn't melt.
He's
out
awful
there.
sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely is. He helped me out this morning when we threw the belt the second time. I was able to just drive up and we put the spare on. But I went down. I said, "Hey, can you give me a ride out there? I'd like to look for that spare belt because that's $50 laying there."
Yeah, no doubt.
So yeah, we went out there, found it, got it back, and worked on the car. And, yeah, we're sitting good.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Coots is tuned in from back home. He's watching the Hill Killing and Ultra 4. So wish he could. He was supposed to make it, he couldn't, but he's out there. He's out there having fun with us. Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
So you found the belt. That's now your spare belt because you had to put
not
on
a
your
spare.
new
We
one,
put
right?
the new one on. Got that one in the car and a wrench in case for some reason it would happen again. But we changed up an alternator on the car, went to a 250 amp and a bigger pulley, and it got the pulley with the power steering out of alignment. So we put a laser tool on it, did some shimming, and moved the power steering.
So shimming was just with washers, I assume?
Well, yeah, with the bigger pulley for the bigger pulley for the alternator, it came with a shim pack behind it. So I lined it up with, at home with a level, and it wasn't right. So we pulled the shim out, and then we put the puller tool on the power steering pump, sucked that in a little. It lines up great.
Well, perfect. I love to hear that.
Yeah.
That's part of off-road racing.
That's it. It stayed on in the prelim, so hopefully it stays on in the main.
Yep. Well, the rain came through, and it's already stopped for just a moment. It's just barely sprinkling, so we'll see how it all shakes out. I see the camera guys out there with their umbrellas, and
looks like another hour or two we might have some more. But,
well, I don't know. I'm not saying anything. I'm not jinxing everybody. But it looks like our recovery guys are getting back in set, so we should have Roger King, Jonathan Dawes, Philip McGilton, and Philip McGilton actually told me he is going to skip the prelim because he is having some kind of car issues. And then Bill McGivern's actually going to miss his prelim as well because he's swapping a transmission.
Yeah, so where you pull off the track, that's where I'm pitted. And I met Bill through the rookie program a couple years ago.
That's right.
And he was pulling off. It was up in smoke. I went over and said, "What happened?" He said, "I lost the transmission." I said, "It's Turbo 400. Yeah. I go, "I got a spare in the trailer." I said,
"Really?
You run an SCS, right?" I said, "Yep, me too." I said, "It's got the output shaft for it." I said, "Come get it."
Really? So you gave him his? So...
Yeah, I gave him my spare, and they're slamming it in the car right now. They got the old out on the bench. They were bolting the new one in just before I walked over.
And it's been a little bit of a crazy day today, so I haven't really talked a lot of the behind the scenes.
Yep.
But that's what I love about Ultra 4 is everybody's there to help everybody. You see him pull off, smokes the transmission. You have one. You hand it to him. I'm sure he's going to make it right in the back end.
Absolutely.
And you don't care how it works now.
That's what I said.
Later on down the road,
get
figure
it back
out.
to me. Get me another whatever. Put it in your car. Let's race today.
100%. And you guys are in different classes, but the sportsmanship of Ultra 4 is like no other I have ever been around.
Absolutely. I love it. All the guys here in the pits are like family. You need a part, a tool, whatever you ask around, and everyone comes together to make your day happen.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, we're waiting on – oh, I see a couple cars. So, I do know – let's see. That's Roger King, Jonathan Dawes. Phil McGilton's not going to make it. Bill McGivern isn't going to make it. So, Paul Wolf is the other one. He just got off, and there he is. So, Paul Wolf is out there and getting ready to take off. So, we have Roger King, the number 124 out of Sparta, Tennessee, with Team Robbie Bobby with a partially committed and Diddy's Big Block chassis. LS3, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson Tires, Giggle Pin Winch, and Yukon. And then we have Paul Wolf, the number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing and that 2018 UFO single-seat IFS machine. with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Nitto Tires VP, and Alltech. And then Jonathan Dawes, number 4417 out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road. And that Trent Fab chassis, Edge Racing LS 418, Mickey Thompson Tires, Brannick Motorsports, All Out Ironworks, and Balducci Enterprises. So this is the 4400s. A couple of them are still working on the car, so they're skipping prelim.
That's it.
But they're going to make it.
Looks like Paul just threaded the needle down the backstretch and went into first position.
So he took a little bit of a bobble off to start, but is able to wheel him back in on that Holley EFI backstretch. And the rain has quit, and it is beautiful out there today.
Fingers crossed it holds out for us.
Yeah. I already almost see some clear skies in the distance.
Yep.
So Jonathan Dawes 2, Paul Wolf 1, and Roger King in that third position. Again, this is prelim for the 4400 main event later on this afternoon. And Paul Wolf just sends it over the King kicker. And he'll be entering the Brannick boulders. There he is coming to screen as we speak. He's taking that left line. I kind of thought the right line was a little more preferred.
Yeah, the right's really beat in, but, he was just out in his side-by-side, so maybe a boulder rolled or something, and he, knows that's going to be a smoother line for him.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. He's out there in 3 classes,
Yeah.
so that's a huge advantage for knowing the course.
Yep, he definitely gets some seat time on all the courses, and I think that gives him an edge for sure. Other guys that they're going to line up, and they haven't been out there since they ran a few practice laps. Well, Paul was just on the track. He knows it,
Which corners are grippy, which ones are sticky,
Yep.
and whatnot. So it's it definitely plays its role for sure.
Yep, where the loam is pushed out to.
Yeah, because, that can really mess with the traction for sure. So Roger King still pushed along, so is Jonathan Dawes. So they are all out on lap number 2 of 4 for their prelim. And then we'll do some quick track prep, reset, and the main events will be taking off here. And you're in race number 2.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious if that's – I'm sure you have the most recent schedule. But, yeah, looks like we're in number 2. So.
I could be wrong. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
with everything changing last second, this is what somebody handed me.
That's it. Yeah, we lined up first for the first prelim. But
you did. You're right.
Yep. Looks like they flopped us.
Yeah, whatever. Racing's racing.
They might have someone, though, in UTV stock racing UTV open, so they probably had to put the split between there.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, because I think with the prelim, some of the UTV stock guys weren't ready. They were fixing some parts.
Okay. So probably made that little tweak there. So, yeah, Paul Wolf, I don't think he's lost a race yet today. And as of Crossbar just a couple weeks ago, he had 10 wins in a row in his Can-Am.
Yeah, he's on a run, man.
Man, he's on a heater, that's for sure. His last lap round was a 132. So we'll see how he shakes out here and just sending it. You'll see him come into screen behind us in the Big B studio. 126, 191. I think that's the new fastest lap of the day.
Flying. Jonathan Dawes laying it down, too, around that corner.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. Paul Wolf is in an IFS, so that's an independent front suspension.
Yep.
Jonathan Dawes is in a straight axle, so you're probably even more techie on this than I am. So kind of explain the difference.
Yeah, a little bit. IFS, each side has a control arm and a separate shock. One wheel can go up while the other stays down. Whereas a solid axle front, that's straight across, 2 shock, a shock each side. 4400 is 2. But as one side goes up, it'll make the other side go down.
Yeah, so IFS is in most of the daily driver cars, the Toyota pickups, and then the solid axle is like a Jeep or like a Ford pickup, Dodge.
Certain three-quarter ton pickups.
So, for everybody at home that, has the normal cars like I do.
Yeah, I think I'm a fan of straight axle, but there's definitely some advantages to IFS front. They can lay it down for sure.
Yeah, I mean, short course, maybe a little advantage. The desert, a little advantage. But I think in the rocks, I'd rather have a solid axle.
A solid axle, man, for sure. Because then, you learn your car, you learn where your differential is, and you know what you can clear. Where with the IFS, it's more of a triangle. You kind of got to get it centered.
Right in the middle, yep. But it's all part of the game. That's why it's the open class. Dream it, build it, come race it. So Paul Wolf is still laying it down.
Looks like
I believe that's a
little
third
fist
lap.
bump.
Oh, no, that must have been white flag. Did you see it?
Yep, white flag is out.
White flag is out. So they're all on their 4th and final lap. So you're more than welcome to stick around as long as you want. But if
Yeah,
you want to go, get ready.
Once we take checkered here, I'm
Perfect.
gonna head back, get geared back up, check the car over.
Yeah, Justin, thanks for hopping in. It's been
Yeah,
fun. You know?
absolutely,
Yeah.
Miles.
No,
Thanks
I
for
mean,
having me.
I'm not kicking you
Oh,
out. I'm just
all
saying. Thanks for hopping in with me. It's been talking to myself all day, and that gets old.
Oh yeah.
I hope everybody at home's still okay with listening to it.
Oh, Miles, we love listening to you.
It's all in good fun. So race results, you can
Roger
go.
King hung up in the Brannick Boulders.
Uh-oh.
It looks like he got off to the side. He might be stuck on one of the front end loader tires that
Yes,
kind of line
he
the
is.
rocks.
And he's hitting one of my Brannick flags, too.
Oh, boy.
But somebody was asking about results. Go to live.ultra4racing.com, and you can find the results in there. You can kind of work your way through it. Oh, and we got a new racer just signed up. And I'll all right, so Roger King is still stuck in the Brannick Boulders. So I believe Paul Wolf just takes the checkered flag once again.
Awesome. Well, all right, Miles, thanks for having me
All right,
on here
Justin,
today.
always a pleasure.
That's it.
We'll see you later, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, buddy.
All right, Miles.
You can see we were taking down the PCI arch right behind us. It got taken by the wind. Another culprit of Mother Nature. So up next, it should be the stock class and the Youth 1000. I'll switch through some sheets right here, get everything set up, and we got a new racer that just signed up also, so I don't have any of his information. Quentin Arnold. I wonder if that's John Arnold's son. I believe it is. All right, Goodby just handed me a race list. So let's kind of recap what happened this morning in the 4648. It was Jonathan Terhune, Anthony Vinoy, Scott Farley, Justin Myron. I'm going to re-look at this. I'll be right back. All right, I had to run around. We were getting some few things squared away, but prelims are done. So go to ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. You can see how everybody finished their prelims and getting everything ready to start for the main events. We're going to start with the UTV 4900 stock with the Youth 1K, then the 4600 48s, then the Open, then the Youth 170s, then Pro Mod, then 4400. So again, we're going to take a quick break, but more racing action for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at Beach Bend Raceway. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here in Bowling Green, Kentucky at the Beach Bend Raceway. I am Miles Hasquist, and we are about to kick off the main events. Again, if you tuned in this morning, you know that tomorrow's racing is canceled. Everything is going off today, and off the line first is Jeremy Blackburn and Miller Richmond. Then it's Filthy Rich, Travis Fisher, Will Klein, Caden Gamble, Quentin Arnold. They're out there running. Avery Davis, Will Klein, and they're out there pushing strong to see what they can do out on course. So the 504 of Miller Richmond out of New Orleans, Louisiana with C. Miller Racing, and then it's Lawless McKenzie. And then it's Travis Fisher, the 4946. So we had to get a few more ducks in a row, but we are live racing. So the top right is the Brannock Boulders. The top left is the landing at the King Kicker. And then the bottom left is the Holley EFI start finish. You can see the Brannock Boulders on the left just barely. And then obviously the bottom right is the Big B Studio. You can see right behind me is the other one, I forget, news anchor. That is the PCI arch that got blown over earlier, but it is Miller Richmond out front, and then it's Jeremy Blackburn going into the Brannock Boulders as we speak. So far, so good. So Miller Richmond and that Mavar being chased by Jeremy Blackburn in that 1000 NA Polaris RS1 Razor. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. This is going to be a great showing today as we're getting our leaders through. So again, what I'm looking here in the Big B studio is ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com, and it is Miller Richmond, Jeremy Blackburn, and Lawless McKenzie. 1, 2, 3. And remember, there is the Youth 1K also, and we do have the 44, it looks like, of Filthy Rich making his Ultra 4 USA debut is pulled off just past the Holley EFI start finish. Not sure what's going on with him. We're getting recovery over there to make sure he is A-OK. But it's Miller Richmond and Jeremy Blackburn out front. They should be coming across the King Kicker here in about 30 seconds or so. So that'll be your top left screen. We kind of get that sweeper and the bottom of the King Kicker. And I try to put that camera to where when they land, it should be right in screen. So kind of double dipping on that camera just a little bit. We should see them coming, and it looks like Jeremy Blackburn is going for the pass over the King Kicker. Let's see who comes in first. Oh, it's side by side. So we'll see them in the top right coming through the Brannock Boulders. Neck and neck is Miller Richmond and Jeremy Blackburn. There are 3 different lanes. We were talking to Justin Meyer on just a little bit ago. And, man, it's going to be exciting. What a great start to this race. This is the main event. All the rest of the races are 6 laps, except for the 4400s. They are 8 laps in total. So they are out on lap 4 of 6. And Miller Richmond and Jeremy Blackburn are battling, and then it's Lawless McKenzie comfortably in that 3rd position. And then Caden Gamble's got a great run under his lap in that Youth 1K. So again, this is the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass as Caden Gamble comes across with Quentin Arnold right behind him. Then Avery Davis, he's making his Ultra 4 USA debut as well. And then Will Klein. So we've got a solid run, and there comes Travis Fisher. So it does look like Filthy Rich is out of the race. He is in the car looking at the back, so tough break for him. But coming into the Brannock Boulders here in just a moment is our leaders of Miller Richmond and Jeremy Blackburn. And Blackburn, it looks like he's going to try to make a pass in the Brannock Boulders and doesn't quite make it stick. Miller Richmond still out front. This is a 1.2 mile track. They are racing 6 laps, so almost 7 miles in total. It's a great little short course, big turns, a couple big jumps, and then the Brannick boulders are definitely a fan favorite. And the rain came through earlier. The wind picked up big time, but now it's getting nice again. But I see another storm brewing, so we'll see if we can keep the hatches that locked down tight enough. So it's still Miller Richmond with a 2-second lead. Then it's Jeremy Blackburn, and then Lawless McKenzie is a little bit off pace, but again, comfortably in that 3rd position. And then let's run through the field. It is Caden Gamble winning the Youth 1K with Quentin Arnold right behind, and then Avery Davis. And then we still have Will Klein and Travis Fisher still in the mix. And we saw Filthy Rich break down early, and AJ Stratman broke in practice. So tough break there. Hoping we've got a little mix-up. It looks like first in the Youth 1K now is Quentin Arnold, and then Avery Davis and Caden Gamble. So Caden Gamble was leading this race, but we got a little mix-up out there on course. Oh, and speaking about mix-up, it is Jeremy Blackburn getting around Miller Richmond. So we're going to have a little mix-up on Ultra4Racing.livemotorsports.com. And man, it was so windy just about an hour ago, and now you can see the flags in the background just barely moving. So it is Jeremy Blackburn out there ripping along. Out there on lap number 5. So next time around should be the white flag. Just trying to, it's hard to just watch the cameras because there's so much action going on everywhere. So again, a huge shout out to Monster Energy, Warren Racing, Brannick Motorsports, All Things UTV, NorCal Rock Racing, Rock Crawler Suspension, Freak Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G-Force, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King Shocks. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway just outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Oh, and we got a little bit of lap traffic for our race leader, Jeremy Blackburn, as he's in the Brannick Boulders. So we'll see if that slows down Miller Richmond as well or not, but it doesn't look like it. Jeremy Blackburn makes his way around. And the checkered flag is out for Jeremy Blackburn unofficially winning the 4900 stock class. What a great run. And then comfortably in second is Miller Richmond. And this is a Grand Prix finish, so Caden Gamble was down 1 lap. So he does grab the checkered, so I believe that's going to put him in 3rd position, but a great run by Jeremy Blackburn. Unofficial winner, and then Miller Richmond in that 2nd position. Jeremy Blackburn and Miller Richmond put on one heck of a show. Starting to build a pretty good crowd out here in front of the Holley EFI grandstands. I almost went and got a hoodie about an hour ago, and I'm glad I didn't because it's warming up and it's turning out to be a beautiful afternoon. But again, there's more rain coming and a downpour overnight. So it looks like Lawless McKenzie gets that 3rd position, and then it's Will Klein in 4th. And unofficial winning, Quentin Arnold in the Youth 1K. So we do have 2 classes that just raced at the same time. So again, unofficial 1 is Jeremy Black. Unofficial 2 is Miller Richmond. Unofficial 3 is Lawless McKenzie. And in the Youth 1K, it's unofficial 1, Quentin Arnold. Still waiting on Avery Davis. So that was the 4,900 stock and the Youth 1K, and it was a great run. And I believe in the Youth 1K it was Quentin Arnold, then Avery Davis, and then Caden Gamble. But the overall winner in the stock class was Jeremy Blackburn, then Miller Richmond, then Lawless McKenzie. And then in fourth was Will Klein, Travis Fisher, and then a DNF for Filthy Rich. And AJ Stratman was unable to take the start. Tough break for him. So up next will be the 4,600 Spider Track stock class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We are keeping busy, that's for sure. And then after this race will be the UTV Open Race. There's a lot of entries for that one. It's going to be fun to see. I believe we should have 6 in the 4,800 class and then 1 in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class. And speaking about the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, starting in the 6th position is Caden Berger. That is Stan Haynes' grandson, Mr. Brannick Motorsports. I'm sure Nicole back home is watching, and his uncle Brandon. And I love that about Brannick Motorsports. Talk about family first. Brannick is for Stan's kids, Brandon, and then Nicole. Brannick. I absolutely love the way they came with that, and they've been with Ultra 4 for, I'm going to say, the last 15 years or so. Stan Haynes, I remember running around with him back in the XRA days, even before King of the Hammers was even a thing. Looks like Brian Trimp is tuned in. Jason Farley, Alan O'Neill, and Dan Hill rooting on his buddy Jeremy Blackburn, who just unofficially won his race. And we'll see if we can have him hop in here in the Big B studio here in just a little bit. And off the line, here we go. It's a drag race. Justin Myron, Jeff Martin, Corey Day, Anthony Vinoy, Jonathan Terhune, Caden Berger, and Scott Farley out there ripping up the course. And it looks like it's Justin Myron with the early lead. Great run. We had him in the Big B studio just a little bit ago. And he's spit a belt during practice, but was able to get it back in action. And he is ready to rip and ride. And then let's give a huge shout out to Corey Day, starting 3rd overall in a stock car with the 4,800. So Corey Day is out there playing with the big dogs, and he is still mid-pack. And we had rain, hard rain, a couple days ago. It rained just a little bit ago. Then we put the water truck out there, and now it's dusty again. This place is absolutely wild. But it's still Justin Myron, and then Jeff Martin, Anthony Vinoy, Jonathan Terhune, Caden Berger, and then Corey Day. And then last but definitely not least is Scott Farley, but he's a little off pace, not exactly sure what's going. But Corey Day is sending it. So we're watching the Brannick boulders as we speak, and it's still Justin Myron, Jeff Martin, Anthony Vinoy with a huge wheel stand out the end. Caden Berger gets around Jonathan Terhune, and then Corey Day and Scott Farley. And the fastest time of the day right now is Paul Wolf in his UTV with a 1:26. So Justin Myron has a 2-second lead over Jeff Martin. And then Anthony Vinoy. And then Caden Berger has really made his way through the pack. Caden started back in 6th, and he's moved all the way to 4th. So he's making some moves and trying to reel in Anthony Vinoy. So Justin Myron out front, the number 193 out of Gladstone, Michigan with Myron's Garage. And then Jeff Martin, the 1470 out of Martinsville, Indiana with Martin Racing. And then the 801 of Anthony Vinoy, Uncle Bubba out of Hickory, North Carolina with FSU Off-Road. And then it's Caden Berger, the number 4408 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana with Brannick Motorsports. And then Jonathan Terhune, number 890 out of Muncie, Indiana with Team Indiana and Fathead Racing. And then Corey Day, number 326 out of Uniondale, Indiana with Day Racing. And then Scott Farley, the 4824 out of Irving, Texas with Rufus Racing. But what a great battle we have out on course. Look at the Brannick boulders. They are absolutely hopping. And something that hasn't been very busy today is the PCI pits. It's on a short course. If you pull in there, your race isn't looking too hot. So not a lot of action over there. But there went Corey Day, Jonathan Terhune. And where is Justin Myron? He was our race leader, but I do not see him. So Justin Myron is out on course with issues, not sure what's happening. Tough break for him. Wonder if he had that belt issue again or not, but hey, Jeff Martin is our new race leader with Caden Berger following closely by 4 seconds behind. And then Anthony Vinoy, 3 seconds behind Caden. And then Corey Day, 4th overall and 1st in class. Again, we are watching the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class and the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So a stock class car has to have an OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, factory style suspension, and mechanical steering. And then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, you can have a front or rear mounted engine. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT tires. Great to see them out there running so strong. So what happened to Justin Myron? Uh-oh, and I see another one pulling off. Jonathan Terhune just pulled off course as well. Not sure what happened there. Tough break. So Jeff Martin starting to get a pretty good lead. How far back is Caden Berger? There he is. I'm going to guess at 5 seconds. Had to hit the update on my computer for ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. So I don't believe Caden Berger's transponder ticked. So I saw him go through, but it's not showing up on timing, so we'll have to get that adjusted. Yeah, because Jeff Martin is leading this race, and they are out on lap number 4 of 6. So Corey Day has moved into 3rd overall, 1st in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And then it's Jeff Martin 1st in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Then Caden Berger 2nd in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And then it's Anthony Vinoy. So we've got a great run out there. I'm sure Stan's over in the spotter tower yelling at his grandson, have fun and get her done. So Jeff Martin pushing hard. Sorry about that. When you're out of town and your daughter calls, you always take a couple seconds, make sure everything's all right. But apparently I butt dialed her earlier today, so she was checking on me. So thanks for checking on me, Jade. Love you, and I'll see you in just a couple days. So our leader, Jeff Martin and Caden Berger, out on their 5th lap of 6. So next time around for our leaders will be the white flag. Ooh, looks like Anthony Vinoy's a little bit off pace. Not sure what's going on right there. And here comes Justin Myron. Okay, he got back in action. And he only lost a lap, so I doubt it was a belt issue. I'm not sure what happened, but great to see him still plugging away. And Anthony Vinoy is definitely off pace. What is the issue? I have no clue. I can only speculate. So here comes Jeff Martin. So I believe the white flag will be out for Jeff Martin, number 1470, out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin racing in that Miller Pro chassis with an LS7 with 750 horsepower. Mickey Thompson, Method Brannick, get him across. The white flag is out. One final lap for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. The weather has been pretty wild out here. A couple days ago, we got an absolute downpour overnight, and we did our best, kept plugging away, and then yesterday was pretty nice. Today started out beautiful. The wind picked up. The rain came in for just about a half hour, but blew through right away. And like I said, I almost ran to the Jeep and got a hoodie, but now I'm hot. It's been a little bit of everything out here, but hey, we're out here racing and making the best out of it. So Corey Day has moved into third overall and first in class. And Caden Berger, I think his transponder missed a lap. So there's Jeff Martin getting ready to hit the king kicker, so he should be on our top left, blowing through there here in just a moment. So they should be coming in. The Brannick Bowlers, our leader, Jeff Martin and Caden Berger in that second spot through the Brannick Boulders. One more turn to go for Jeff Martin. Should be grabbing that checkered flag. And Jeff Martin grabs that checkered flag, and then it was Caden Berger in that number 2. How far back is Scott Farley? Is going to get a podium here. Had a little bit of a slow start, but has worked his way up and looking like he's going to make it. I see Jeremy Blackburn over here. I'm going to see if he'll come over and say hey to me real quick. Man, unofficial win in the stock class. What a great run by him. So I'll get him here in the studio, but I got to run over here to the timing real quick. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. And joining me here in the Big B studio is the unofficial winner in the 4900 stock class, Jeremy Blackburn. How are you doing, buddy?
Well, obviously now I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah. So you kept hitting me back and forth. You wanted to race with the most cars you could, but there was enough stock cars. You went out there and with an NA machine battled your way to the front.
Yeah, I was well, I don't know if you seen the start real good, but
he blew your doors off a little bit.
Well, I'd had my machine in park, and when I put it back in high, it didn't engage. So when we took off, my machine didn't go nowhere.
Oh boy!
So somebody gave me a little love tap, and they got my attention. And we took off.
Whoops, right?
Yeah.
But hey, to be out here in an NA machine and battle your way after a little bit of a goofy start, you got to be feeling pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, last year, we raced here. I felt real good about coming back here. I knew I had some good lines, and I was able to set my car up just a little bit better this year, I do believe. And yeah, man, it paid off.
Yeah, no, it looked good. So just as the prelims were finishing, the weather picked up. It got gnarly, and now it's beautiful. But there's another storm coming around 4 o'clock, they're saying. And then about 8 o'clock, the gates are opening up, and it's going to be a downpour.
Yeah, I thought about it. I'm pretty sure the good Lord took care of us today. It was looking bad on my phone. I know it was looking bad on
Oh, we were all looking.
And all of a sudden, we got blue skies. So, yeah, man.
Yeah, no, congratulations on an unofficial win. I'm saying unofficial, but I'm saying congratulations also because, man, it looks good.
Well, Miles, buddy, I sure do appreciate it.
100%. So all in good fun. We'll give you out some Big B trophies here in a little bit, but congratulations, buddy.
All right, brother. Thank you for having me up here.
Jeremy Blackburn, the unofficial winner in the 4900 stock class with a great, great run. So that means up next, there we are. It should be the UTV Open. It's been a wild day again. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. So I do believe Corey Day does win his race. He's going to get 4th or 5th overall, so he has got to be pretty stoked about that. All right. Well, everybody back home, thank you. I've got a few people text me in. We had an audio issue, but I think we got it fixed. All right. Yeah, we're getting some bad static. Everybody's saying, is it gotten better? We're saying, Chris just told me there was an audio issue and he got it fixed. There it stopped. Okay. Well, thank you, Chris, for tuning in and finding that out. All right. Sorry about that. Again, it's been a wild day. Again, the weather has played havoc with us. Right now, it's picture perfect, beautiful weather. Like I said, when we did our little lunch break and got the timings situated for the starts of this, we even put the water truck out there after it rained. But it's been wild. And again, if you haven't heard yet, we are not racing tomorrow. It's supposed to be an absolute gully washer. And we were worried about canceling the event, so we talked internally. John Goodby made the call to race everything today, and I think it was the right call. And here's Miller Richmond. You want to come say hey real quick, buddy? He battled old Jeremy Blackburn there for a little bit and took away 2nd place, so can't be mad about that. But you guys had a pretty good battle out there on course.
Oh, yeah. I just found out that his car weighs 1,600 pounds and I weigh 3,000.
You got a turbo, he doesn't. So we're apples, oranges, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yours is a beast, that's for sure.
I'll tell you this, when we come back for LS Fest, I'm going to take the winch out, I'm taking the seat out, I'm taking everything out.
And you're going to take Troy out once again, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm going to take him out back.
Yeah, no, you and Jeremy battled, and through the Brannock Bowlers, it was a lot of fun to watch. So unofficial, but 2nd place. Pretty good job there, buddy.
Dude, I am really excited. This is the first time I've ever been on a short course, so everything is so new to me. We had the Star Stream going, so all my friends and family are able to watch live. Hopefully we got a little bit on the mainstream, but this is a win in my book.
100%. Well, congratulations, but I know you're excited. I just want to come say hey.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I really appreciate it.
Miller Richmond, unofficial 2nd place. So it looks like the open cars are lining up right now. So let's run through the field. We had 2 different heats. So the first position and the fastest position is how we sorted out. So first is Cash LaCroix, number 27. I'm on the wrong sheet again. No, this should be right. So number 27, Cash LaCroix out of Guntersville, Alabama with Cash LaCroix Racing in his Can-Am Maverick R, Elka suspension, Double E Racing, Raceline wheels, and Maxxis tires. And then setting start side by side is the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am with Badlands Off-Road, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV. Sitting in that second row is Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama, with Jay Shaw Racing. And that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R. OBOR Tires, Raceline, and Double E Racing. And again, this is the open class presented by All Things UTV. And then next to Jay is Nick Anderson, number 3402, out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing and his Maverick R with Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, SE Power Sports. And then All Things UTV, number 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with Team All Things UTV. In that Can-Am X3, All Things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, MRT, Vision, Simpson, Apex Powder Coating, and CT Raceworks. And we are off and running. And in that third row is Phil Stratman, number 131, out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing in that Can-Am X3, RCV, JB Scale Graphics, MRT, King, Big St. Charles Motorsports. And then it's Cody Willenborg, number 529, out of Effingham, Illinois, with CW Motorsports. And his Polaris Pro R, AMS, All Balls, Tire Spine, Bellray, INW Fab, Braille Batteries, Optimate, Polaris Razor, and CW Motorsports. And then the 334 of Adam Brown out of Selma, Alabama, with All Geared Up Racing. And then we have the 375 of Josh Owen out of Westminster, South Carolina, with Mashier Motors. And then the 902 of Patrick Murray out of Vass, North Carolina, with Sinpri Motorsports. And then we have Dylan Harper, the number 4954 out of Columbia, South Carolina, with Harper Racing. And then we have the number 98 of Jason Washburn out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, with Wide Open Designs. And then we have the 4954 of Dylan Harper. And then the 1105 of Scott Zollers out of Canton, Ohio, with Scott Zollers Racing. And then the 717 is Mark McClary out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing. And we got a race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Out front, it is Cashley Croy, then Jay Shaw, Nick Anderson, Phil Stratman, Adam Brown, and Cody Willenborg. But I did see Paul Wolf, so I think we have another transponder issue possibly. No, Paul Wolf is in the infield. Okay, so we do not. He is stuck in the infield. So he has looks like a steering issue for Paul Wolf. Tough break for him. Hate to see that for Paul Wolf, and I'm sure he's wanting to get back to get his car fixed. So tough break for Paul Wolf in the 1018. This is the open class, so I'm sure he wants to get back to get his car fixed for the Pro Modified race. So I see Chris Hickman up there. I'm sure he's in his ear talking to him. Oh, what a tough break. So let's get back to the race. It's Cashley Croy 1, Jay Shaw 2, Nick Anderson 3, and Dustin Robbins in that third position. So our best camera angle is just coming out of the Brannock Boulders and coming through the entire Brannock Boulders. And speaking about Brannock, we have Caden Berger hopping into the Big B studio. He just had a great run out there. I believe he got second place, right, buddy?
Yeah, second place.
Man, you got to be stoked. And that's your first time on a short course, isn't it?
Yeah, first time.
Yeah, well, you did something right. Great job.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
what was old Grandpa Stan Haynes saying in your ear?
Go get Jeff. I mean, we're
Jeff.
on a mission, but he's happy for me.
Oh, for sure. And Corey Day finished really well in the stock class.
Oh, yeah.
You had to battle him out there. How cool is that?
It's fun.
Team Indiana out there representing Jonathan Terhune.
Yeah, and that's my co-driver, Corey Day. He was co-driving for me out at Hammers, so it's cool being on both on the left side of the seat.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, great run out there. So much fun to see you, and congratulations on an unofficial second place.
Thank you, Miles.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for hopping in, saying hey real quick.
Appreciate it.
There's a lot of action going on. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chip. He's tuned in. He's watching more than I am. So Paul crashed before this finish line. I missed that one. So, yeah, Brad and Chip must be tuning in. They're both texting me. Thanks for keeping me honest. So, yeah, that's going to break his winning streak in that Can-Am. Tough break. Hopefully he can get it back to the pits and get that steering situation fixed and back out on course for the Pro Mod car. Because he races the same car in both classes, which a lot of people do double dip. So Cash Lee Croy, number 27, has been running one heck of a race. Great run by that young man out of Guntersville, Alabama, with Cash Lee Croy Racing. But Jay Shaw is not letting him out of his sights. It is going to be a dogfight to the finish. That is for sure. So Cash Lee Croy has a pretty good lead and starting to make a little bit more. All right, so I see Nick Anderson and Dustin Robbins. So Paul Wolf is in the pits trying to get back, but he has no steering. He's got one tire that is not hooked up to steering, so he is fighting that. So Dustin Robbins has moved into third position, so Jay Shaw has actually dropped off pace a little bit. And I see another fun car coming through the Brannock Boulders. That's Jason Washburn, that beautiful built, wide open design machine. There's a lot of action going out here on course right now. But up front is still Cash Lee Croy, then Nick Anderson, then Dustin Robbins, Phil Stratman in that fourth position, then it's Adam Brown. But Cash Lee Croy has almost a 12-second lead over Nick Anderson. And don't forget, we still have the Pro Mods coming up later on today, where we'll see Paul Wolf, Cash Lee Croy, Nick Anderson, Dustin Robbins, I believe, and Jay Shaw signed up for both classes. So we got about five guys that have signed in. Sounds like John Lee Croy is tuning in, watching his son Cash leading this race. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Hate to see you're not here, but I'm glad you're at least able to watch old Cash have some fun. And maybe you are here. Maybe I haven't bumped into you yet. I don't know. It's been a busy weekend, that is for sure. So they are out there and running. So next time around should be the white flag for Cash Lee Croy. This is a 1.2 mile track. And they're doing 6 laps for their main event today. Again, we did have to cancel all of tomorrow's races because the weather is coming. It's going to be gnarly around here. So we're going to try to get all the racing in we can and still have fun doing it. So next time around for Cash Lee Croy will be the checkered flag. And to have the weather kick up as gnarly as it did earlier, it is absolutely beautiful right now. But there is a storm a brewing. So here we go. Checkered flag comes out for Cash Lee Croy, number 27, out of Guntersville, Alabama, with Cash Lee Croy Racing. What a great run he had in that Can-Am Maverick R with that Elka suspension, Double E Racing, Raceline wheels, and Maxxis tires. And then grabbing second position goes to the 3402 of Nick Anderson and then Dustin Robbins. So Cash Lee Croy, number 27 out of Guntersville, Alabama with Cash Lee Croy Racing. And then the 3402 of Nick Anderson out of Canton, Georgia with Anderson Racing. And then the number 311 out of Decatur, Alabama with Team All Things UTV 123. What a great run for the All Things UTV Open class. And then Pinball Phil Stratman gets that fourth position. So again, a huge shout out to Dustin Robbins with All Things UTV getting third place in the open class. But all the glory goes to Cash Lee Croy. Yeah, thanks, Daddy Jeep Garage. It's a lot warmer than it was in Rouse Creek. That was cold, cold. Anthony Denny is tuning in, watching his buddy Nick Anderson. He usually is his co-driver. So Anthony Denny's just watching his buddy Nick Anderson get that second spot. So great run he had for sure. So let's run through the line. Unofficial 1, Cash Lee Croy. Then it's Nick Anderson. And rounding out the podium should be Dustin Robbins. And that fourth, it's Phil Stratman. Then Patrick Murray, Jason Washburn, Josh Owens, and then Adam Brown. And then down a couple laps is Jay Shaw, Cody Willenborg, Dylan Harper. And then we saw Paul Wolf have issues early. And Dylan Harper and Mark McCleary never even took the line. Well, we're just rounding out the open All Things UT 4900 class, and Cash Lee Croy just put on a clinic. But joining me now here in the Big B studio is Jonathan Terhune. How you doing, buddy?
About as good as you can get in last place.
Yeah, well, you had a good start. What happened? Racing?
Yeah. I gambled and lowered my tire pressure lower than I'd ever gone, and it was way too low.
It was just kind of rolly in the corners. You get a flat.
No, I got a flat. When all three of us came in the rocks together, so I was on just call it the prayer line. I didn't know there's a left line and there's a right line, and I took the middle.
So you're just driving by braille.
Yes, it's the way. I mean, it was fun as heck for that first lap until the first left-hander when I felt that tire pushing and I couldn't corner, and I'm just like.
Yeah, I saw you pull off up by the PCI pits. I was like, dang it.
So I went out and I was like, maybe with a flat I can keep up with a Cherokee. So
no, he smoked you.
So on everything but the left-handers, I'd get up on them, straightaways, jumps, whatever. Right-handers are fine, and the left-handers just with a flat tire. And I was like, I can't even keep up with the Cherokee. I'm just pulling over. I've seen too many people junk wheels, junk calipers, everything else, and that car's old. It only has a certain amount of miles left on it, so I want to save them for the next race.
How old is that chassis? Is that a
Rusty Bray and I were talking? I think it was built in 10, raced
10.
11 hammers was the first race it started on.
How cool is that to see Rusty Bray back out here with us?
I was trying to talk him into getting in the car. I was like, hey, take the old girl for a spin.
What'd he say?
I think he was happy being in that UTV. I think it rides a little better than the old clunker.
I could see that. But yeah, it was a great run out there. At least you went out there and put on some laps. I mean, this weather, it's beautiful right now, but we know it's not going to be later.
Tomorrow looks a little nasty, so hopefully we can get out of here before it gets too nasty. I'm not a short course guy, but I got to tell you, this is a lot of fun.
It's fun, isn't it? Yeah.
I'll be the first, vice president of the Short Course Haters Club. I'm sorry out there, but you know what? I figured you can't complain unless you show up. So I showed up, and
and you actually had fun, huh?
I did. I hate to admit it. I kind of want to do it again.
Well, you can come back during LS Fest. That's going to be a heck of a show.
That should be a good crowd here.
Yeah.
Wonderful course. I mean, the way Goodby built it up, they even changed up some of the jumps this time, refaced one of the ones that would always kick you. It was actually a smaller one, but it would always kick you. Now it's just into an actual jump. It's weird how big but smooth it is out there. It's really come together on a good course.
That's what it's all about. That's for sure. Yeah. Up next is be the Youth 170s. We'll have the limited mods and stock out on course at the same time. So it's going to be fun to watch the future of our sport out there having some fun.
We on or not?
Yeah, you're on.
All right.
Here,
I just wanted to
watch
figure
this.
out how. Just got to know that there needs to be a little red light to warn you whether you're hot or not. So
just assume you're always hot. Even when I hit the mute button, I'm still not sure.
You pushed a button and got this little smirk on your face. I didn't know what was coming. So. Good. They're getting more water out on the track.
Yeah.
It's weird. That rain was coming through earlier, and it was like, this track might get a little too wet. And they actually had to run the water truck out after the little sprinkle we got, and it's pretty dusty out there. It was coming down into Talladega, and it's just a dust bowl. You're just hoping nobody's checked up because it's.
And Chip just said it looks like the water truck's going faster than you were out there.
I don't think the water truck's got a flat tire, so
hopefully not yet.
We should put a transponder in the water truck.
Yeah.
Really care. I mean, I got beat by a stock Cherokee, so probably the water truck is faster.
So we were talking about it. Corey Day ran in the stock class with you guys, and where's he start? I was like, let's put him where he qualified because he got third overall. Let's let him rip.
So I told him since I had that window net issue in the prelim, I was like, I'm the one starting behind him. I'm cool with it. Put him up there. I mean,
he earned it, right?
He put down a 140 lap time. I think my was running like 136s, so he's right there. He's in the race.
And a Cherokee.
Sometimes you get on certain courses, you get a stalker in there, and the speed difference is just not doable. It's dangerous. But when you're literally 4 seconds on a minute and a half plus lap, he deserved to be out there.
And he was running strong, but towards the end, he had some kind of issue. You know what happened?
I had an issue with his Switch Pro shutting off. I don't know if the voltage sensor in it is, or he's got a bad ground or something weird in there. He's had a couple issues with that Switch Pro.
So just electrical gremlin of some sort, yeah.
But I think he still won, didn't he?
Oh, he won, yeah. He's first in class. If you're not first, you're last, or if you're last, you're first.
Who got last in 4,600?
Corey Day.
Corey Day. He finished as good as I did. Yeah. He got last also.
But he gets a trophy.
You get trophies for last place? I get one?
No, he does.
For last place?
Yeah.
Oh.
First place.
Guess I should have brought my Cherokee out instead of the old clunker.
And I was talking to Brent just a little bit ago. He was calling. We had some audio issues, and he was keeping me honest. And he was hoping to get his car done, but when we changed the schedule to racing today, there was no way.
He said I said he'll be here at the AM on Saturday. I predicted like 12:30 Friday night. And so he said he probably could get on the trailer tonight and was going to come for the morning, but with the weather schedule, it just
not worth it. So he's tuned in back home, and
he'll be racing Badlands though. He'll finally debut that 4,600 there. Should be a good race. Actually, I've heard a lot of people are coming to the Badlands.
I think it's going to be a good one. Moab's turning out. We're already over 75 entries for that one. So that's next weekend. Yeah, our next Ultra 4 race is next weekend at Area BFE in Moab, Utah. So be sure to tune in to that one May 9th and 10th.
Yeah, lots of fun races coming up. I can't wait to tune in and watch you guys out in Moab. I'm not driving out there. You got a long drive ahead.
I got to drive home and then to Moab.
We'll probably have a little watch party in Indiana, get together and watch some good racing.
Yeah, let me know for sure. See if we got any fans tuned in. We're ready for the kids. Oh, Greg Frazier says, "Hey, fathead." Todd Stoffer was liking Jason Washburn running out there. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. So Jeremy Blackburn and Cash Lee Croy are our two winners. But taking off the line now is Caden Nolek, number 429, out of Riceville, Tennessee, with Turned Up and CA Technologies. And then it's the number 831 of Eli Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama, with Full Throttle Power Sports. And then it's the 44 out of Hayden Gibson out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing. And then it's Mills Gibson, his sister, number 48 out of Villa Ridge, Missouri, with TTP Racing. And then it's the number 21 of Jet Frazier out of Greensboro, North Carolina, One Jet Speed with Frazier Boys Racing. And Jet Frazier actually got the whole shot, pulled off early, and I saw his dad a little bit later. He's like, what happened? He's like, we had a communication issue. He just pulled over. He didn't know why. The car was still running. He's like, you don't pull over unless it's broke. So they'll be out there ripping, but it is Hayden Gibson out front. So gets around Caden Nolek pretty quick. So it's about a half-mile loop for the Youth 170s. We cut maybe even shorter than that, maybe a quarter mile. They bypass right in front of the Brannock Boulders. Yeah, we were supposed to have a drone that was going to be showing up about now and then be ready for all day tomorrow. But with the weather coming in, we canceled that. And I kind of wish we had it right now, but he couldn't have flown earlier during the prelims with all that wind and rain. So we gambled. But the future of our sport is out there and racing. That's Hayden Gibson, then Mills Gibson, Caden Nolek, Eli Robbins, and Jet Frazier. Oh, and Caden Nolek gets back in the lead. These young guns are a lot of fun to watch, aren't they, buddy?
They put it down, these little 170s.
With minimal suspension.
It's always interesting, watching them run down the straightaway. They're just running hard, but going through the corners, there's that tipping point these things seem to have. So it's cool to watch these kids push that tipping point in those corners. See them shave a lot of speed off in there, and it's just, I bet every single one of them's felt that little point where it just all of a sudden it's going good until it doesn't.
Well, you've had that point before too, haven't you?
That was a little lack of steering.
Remember the Terhune tumble? Was that a couple years ago?
Like it was yesterday.
Have you ever heard anybody say that?
I saw it somewhere. I saw a clip of it on the internet or something. But, I was telling Rusty, I don't know how many years I had that car before I finally had the big one. Like I laid over on the side and stuff for flopped on rock trails, but I never had a big one.
And you had one there.
It was a beautiful spot for the big one, though, because it was that soft sand. I had a couple of bruises,
but
for a 2-3 tumble, I don't remember what it did. It was very soft. I got a little bumping going in there.
Rubbins Racing, right? I see AJ Stratman, the Mills and Hayden's uncle out there running around, not sure what he's doing, but he was laughing and having fun. So it's still Hayden Gibson, then Mills Gibson, Caden Nolek, Jet Frazier, and Eli Robbins. We do have 3 classes racing all at the same time. Eli Robbins in the stock, Jet Frazier in the modified, Caden Nolek in limited, Mills Gibson in modified, and Hayden Gibson in that limited class.
See Chip there trying to tell me I need to get a 170.
Uh-oh, is he talking smack on us? Good at that.
I hate to inform him. I run the 224 Harbor Freight in my little go-kart.
Uh-oh, so that doesn't fit, huh?
I have a little pasture race with the Harbor Freights and the little kids'
That
cars.
looks like a good time.
Go buy a $300 kids cart, put a Harbor Freight engine in it, and go race around the field. It's, we're pretty dumb. But it's a good time.
But you're having fun doing it.
But yes, I think I'm best in the 224 than anything bigger than that. That's about it.
So the white flag is out. So is it going to be Mills Gibson, Hayden Gibson, Caden Nolek, or Jet Frazier? Eli Robbins coming up the rear, and it is Mills Gibson grabbing the checkered flag over Hayden Gibson by a half a second. So brother and sister within a half a second. What a great run they had there.
Ooh, and they're going at it all the way back to the pits.
Yeah, they're still racing right in front of the crowd.
Family rivalry there.
There must be.
Those were the 2 that were bumping and banging earlier. That was a pretty good race for 170.
Oh, yeah, they having some fun. And then Caden Nolek gets second in limited. Jet Frazier gets second in modified. And then Eli Robbins will get the win in the stock class. I'm going to let you keep rambling. I'm going to run over to timing real quick.
That's not a good idea.
Where are we? We just finished youth, so there's one more race, and then you guys.
We're gonna have it. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Who's that getting in the race?
So that's Glennie Page coming over and talking to us. They had to put a transmission in Bill McGivens' Jimmy's car. He said, how much time we got? We just got it buttoned up. We're putting side panels on. We should be ready to rip. So we've got one more race before the 4400s.
It'd be good to get them out there. Get a good race going for 4,400 between 4 of them, or is there going to be 5?
Philip McGillen. I think there's 5. Philip McGillen has issues. I'm not sure what they were, but he was skipped the prelim, but said he would make it for the main. He was tweaking on something, and Bill McGibbon was unable to make it because they're swapping a transmission. He had a transmission go out. Justin Myron was just down the road, and he saw what happened. He's like, oh, tranny went out. What is it? 400. He's like, is it for an FCS? He's like, yep, I got one. Come on. So he went over and grabbed it to him, and don't you love that? Everybody's here to help everybody.
Making it happen.
So up next is the Pro Modified G-Force race. So this should be another fun one to watch.
I'll tell you what, Miles, I'm going to step out. I got to go. I'm supposed to be spotting on the radio for Dawes in 4,400. So
all right, buddy.
He's good to go.
Well, Terhune, always a pleasure. Good seeing you, and we'll see you around.
We'll see you after race.
And
Thanks,
congratulations on last place.
Well, thanks.
Well, thank you again for everybody tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway just outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky. It's been a goofy weekend of weather. Right now, it's absolutely beautiful, but there is still a chance of rain. I'm going to pull up the radar once again. And it looks like rain's a-coming. Yeah, who knows? I think we'll be able to get through the racing before the rain hits. I sure hope so. And then it looks like there's a pretty good, probably an hour or two worth of rain, and then it lightens up again. But tomorrow, I think about hitting about 1 a.m., it's going to start raining and never stop. So up next is the G-Force Pro Modified UTVs. And starting on that pole position once again is Cash Lee Croy. All right, can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, I can.
All right, what's your name?
Ian.
Ian? You having out here fun watching some race cars?
A lot.
A lot of race cars, isn't it? Who's your favorite race car driver? Paul Wolf.
And that pink leopard car.
Oh, all right. Anthony Vinoy, huh? The pink leopard car. I like that one. But you're rooting on Paul Wolf. We saw him wreck his car a little bit ago. Hopefully he can get it back and going. Do you know if he did? Let's hope so. See, what kind of car you got here in front of us?
A
dyno car. And earlier, earlier you had your airplane, but it looks like you crashed it a few times.
I did.
Yeah. But you're having fun, aren't you, buddy? Your mom and dad been coming to a lot of the races, and they keep dragging you out here, huh? Are they the reason you're here, or do you tell them you want to come to the races?
I love watching
All of them. You love watching it. That's awesome, buddy. All right. Well, I'll let you and your go with your mom and dad and go watch some good racing. But thanks for coming and say hi. All right. All right. Thanks, buddy. Little Ian, seen him running around the Ultra 4 pits for the last couple years, and he's growing up on us quick, that's for sure. And you talk about a race fan, he is a big one. And you can see him out behind me right now, still pushing the dyno holler, and he'll be rooting on Paul Wolf. We'll see if he can get that car back and going. We saw him having issues in the open class, but now it's the G-Force Pro Modified. And then that number one is the 27 of Cash Lee Croy, fresh off his win in the All Things UTV Open class out of Guntersville, Alabama, with Cash Lee Croy Racing. And that Can-Am Maverick car with Elka suspension, Double E Racing, Raceline wheels, and Maxxis tires. And then it's the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in that pro-modified Can-Am Maverick car with Badlands Off-Road, Alltech, VP, Nitto, Raceline, and RCV. And then it's the number 17 of Jay Shaw out of Trussville, Alabama, with Jay Shaw Racing. And that CT Raceworks Can-Am Maverick R, OBOR tires, Raceline wheels, and Double E Racing. And then it's the 3304 of Gavin Smith out of Charleston, West Virginia, with G. Smitty Racing, with Can-Am, Lynchworks, Mountain Made Off-Road, Jesus Christ, CT Racework, and MRT. And then it's the 3402 of Nick Anderson out of Canton, Georgia, with Anderson Racing and his Can-Am Maverick R, Metal FX, CT Raceworks, Evo, Infinite Off-Road, Tire Spine, and SE Power Sports. And it's the 999 of Jim Flory out of Prosperity, Pennsylvania, with Flory Racing and that JW Performance Can-Am X3 with CT Raceworks, Metalworks, Motorsports, KMK Off-Road. And then it's the 311 of Dustin Robbins. He looks like he got third in the open class. We'll see how he does in Pro Modified out of Decatur, Alabama, with Team All Things UTV. In his Can-Am X3, All Things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, MRT, Vision, Simpson, Apex Powder Coating, and CT Raceworks. And then it's the 254 of Rusty Bray out of Richmond, Kentucky, with Bray Motorsports. In his Can-Am with Amco Transmission of Kentucky, OBR tires, Raceline, and Fox. And if you don't recognize the name Rusty Bray, that means you're fairly new to off-road racing, because he was an ex-RRA champion back in, I'm going to say, 08, 09. Great to see him coming back into the off-road racing scene. And then we have the 101 of Todd Beckett out of Pineville, Kentucky, with Top Gun Fab and his Can-Am built by CA Technology, Nasty Suspension, System 3, Dirt Monkey Performance. And then it's the 717. I'm not sure if he's going to make the line, but we are hoping for Mark McClary out of Reddick, Florida, with Turned Up Racing. And that Can-Am with CA Technology, Wayland Speed, PATV, Power Sports, and Morimoto Lights and Super ATV. So we'll see if Paul Wolf was able to get his car fixed. That's why we have a little bit of break in the action. We'll step away, and the Pro Modified, presented by G-Force 4900 class, will be taking off here momentarily. Welcome back to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at Beach Bend Raceway, just outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And I see them, they are staged. And I'm going to get a visual real quick. And I do not see Paul Wolf in the lineup. We know he had a steering issue of some sort, so I don't think he got it started. But I wouldn't count him out coming from the back if he can get in there. I don't know. Tough break. So off the line first is going to be Cash Lee Croy and Jay Shaw. I see Brian Trotter, our race director, walking up to the Holley EFI start-finish. And we are about to go live racing. Make sure timing is ready. Make sure recovery is ready. And the green flag is up. And we are live racing. Cash Lee Croy, Nick Anderson. So I don't see Nick Anderson right there. Oh, that was Cash Lee Croy and Jay Shaw. Sorry. No, that was Nick Anderson. Oh, Jay Shaw is out. Jason Washburn's keeping me up to date on that. So Jay Shaw and Paul Wolf had some issues. So they are off and running. So Cash Lee Croy with the early lead. And then it was Nick Anderson. So I'm not sure if I even saw Gavin Smith. There's Gavin Smith. Okay, so it's Cash Lee Croy, Nick Anderson, Dustin Robbins, Gavin Smith. But going to the inside was a pass. And that was Todd Beckett. So we got a pretty good run going on, but is he going to be able to back up his win as old Cash Lee Croy as he launches over the King Kicker? And obviously, sorry about the camera angles. We wish we had a few more, but with the weather coming in, we only had one location with an easy up. So there's 3 different angles at one spot as you see Cash Lee Croy coming through the Brannock Boulders. So I was trying to give my buddy Corey Day a little wave, and he gave me the, I guess I'll come over and talk to you. I thought you liked me, buddy.
Oh.
I thought you liked me.
I do. I like you a lot.
All right. Hey, starting 3rd in the 4,600 class with the 48s. How fun was that?
Oh, it was awesome.
Obviously with half the horsepower,
yeah.
or maybe less.
Yeah, no. Jeremy come by and asked, he said, hey, let's get going, get staged. And we go down there. I said, hey, I finished 3rd. Am I going to start 3rd? And he goes, if it was up to me, it'd be all right.
And apparently it was up to him, huh?
So he went through and asked all the drivers, and they said, absolutely, he earned it.
I told timing to do the same, so we were both on the same page. And
Yep.
No, it was fun to see you out there ripping.
It was fun. I had a blast. You know, it sucks that nobody else in my class showed up, so it was fun to scrap with those guys a little bit. So,
no, you put on a good show, and you were launching the King Kicker.
Yeah. That Cherokee flies well, so.
And you kept all 4 wheels on it this year.
Yeah, lost the Switch Pro in the last lap, though, so.
Yeah, I heard that. So that's what it was, just a electrical something, huh?
Yeah, the Switch Pro just went black, and I went to turn it back on. It rebooted once. It happened twice, and the first time I turned it back on, I forgot to turn my fans on. I smelled coolant, reached over, hit him, it turned the fans on, kept pushing, and then it went dead and it never came back. So.
I hate to hear that, but you had a great run and going until you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
But hey, you're still going to take home some hardware, so stick around for sure. It's hot, it's cold, it's hot. Now that I feel it's starting to get a little brisk, so I bet you that rain's starting to move in.
Yep.
But it looks like we're on our G-Force Pro Modified class right now, and up next is the 4,400 main event. We should get all our racing in before that rain kicks off.
Looks like it's on its way.
Man, it's been a wild weekend, isn't it? And I'm glad we got the racing in today, because I think tomorrow's going to be a washout. And do you want to qualify today and not race tomorrow, or race today all day?
Right.
I mean, I hope we made the right call.
Yeah. We're not all weathermen. So.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody is.
Yeah.
And even those guys are wrong.
Well,
most of the time.
Yeah.
But out front, it's still Cash Lee Croy. Then it's Nick Anderson, Todd Beckett, Gavin Smith, Jim Flory, Rusty Bray, Dustin Robbins, and Mark McCleary. So out of this race is Paul Wolf, Jay Shaw, and Alex Klein did not make it to the start. Dan Hill's rooting on his buddy Gavin Smith. Thanks for tuning in. Well, Corey, it's always a pleasure hanging out with you, buddy. I wish we had more time, but, whatever.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yep. So you can definitely hang out if you want, but if you want to get back over with the guys, you're more than welcome.
I'm going to go help Dawes get ready.
All right. Well, Corey, congratulations on that race. It was a lot of fun to watch, and it was fun seeing you hanging with the 4,800 cars.
Oh, I'd do it again tomorrow.
No, we're not doing it tomorrow. Remember, we already went over this. But I'm sure we'll see you at the Badlands, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, won't miss it.
All right. Well, always a good time seeing you, buddy. Yep. Corey Day in the 4,600 Spider Track stock class. All right. Well, we are on lap number 4 of 6. And it is still Cash Lee Croy, then Nick Anderson, Gavin Smith, Todd Beckett, and Jim Flory. And then it's Rusty Bray, Mark McClary, and it looks like Dustin Robbins may have had issues out there. Not sure exactly what's going on. And I see another car. Yeah, there's a couple cars pulled off. So the attrition is definitely setting in. But I think I just saw Todd Beckett come around, and he is on full send mode trying to chase down Cash Lee Croy. But Cash Lee Croy with a commanding lead right now. Is he going to be able to back up his wins 1 and 2 from the Pro Mod to from the All Things UTV Open class to the G-Force Pro Modified? It's looking good. Heading out for lap number 5 of 6 is Cash Lee Croy. And then Nick Anderson is really pushing strong. Can Cash Lee Croy keep his 10-second lead over Nick Anderson? So far, so good. I see Stan the Man Haynes over there walking around. Apparently he's too far away, didn't hear me. But it's been a great day. And again, a huge shout out to Monster Energy, King Shocks, Maxxis Tires, Metal Cloak, G-Force Suspension, PCI, Factor 55, Spider Tracks, Freight Factory, Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, and Warren Racing. Yeah, getting an update from Chris Hickman with Paul Wolf's camp, and he did break a tie rod, so that's why he is not in this race. Hate to see him lose that Can-Am winning streak, but that's what happened. But speaking about Can-Am, Cash Lee Croy is putting it down, and the white flag is out for Cash Lee Croy. Can he back up his win from the Open class? It's looking good. Remember, last time around, he had a 10-second lead, and it is down to 9 seconds. So Nick Anderson's starting to reel him in. But that's why it's so important to have a spot. Well, you have to have a spotter in the stands, but it is important to know how hard to push, when to push. And Nick Anderson's got it turned up, and Cash Lee Croy's trying to back it down just a tick because, hey, he's got a pretty good lead, but stay out front. And he's also battling a little bit of lap traffic. So I got a bird's eye view of Cash Lee Croy. He'll be heading through here in just a moment. We'll see him in the Brannick Boulders here in about 10, 15 seconds. And it does look like it's still Todd Beckett in that third position. So 1, 2, 3 is Cash Lee Croy, Nick Anderson, and Todd Beckett. And that 4th spot is Gavin Smith. So we have a great race on our hands right now. Aaron Lynch is tuned in. Hunts Motorsports rooting on Team Indiana. So here comes Cash Lee Croy through the Brannick Boulders for the 6th and final time. One more turn to go, and it looks like Cash Lee Croy is going to back up his win from the Open class. So right here for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass for the G-Force Pro Modified class, Cash Lee Croy grabs the checkered flag and unofficially wins both of his races today. So we'll see if we can have a fun chat with him. And in second place is Nick Anderson. What a great race. Here comes Rusty Bray. He will be a lap down, but he does get a finish here. Should put him in that 5th or 6th position, I do believe. But Cash Lee Croy on a mission this weekend. What a great, great run by that young man. I saw Cruz LaCroix tuning in earlier, so he's got to be stoked about that. Still waiting for third place. Is it going to be Todd Beckett? Or Gavin Smith? Or Jim Flory? Oh, and Todd Beckett is missing a right rear tire. That's why I didn't see him. So Jim Flory unofficially gets third position. Todd Beckett still racing, missing the right rear tire and blows through the Brannock boulders. You might be able to see it right here, and here it is. No right rear tire. Uh-oh. And it's getting harder and harder for him. He's got an anchor back there, but he's giving it all he's got to make it to the finish line. Todd Beckett putting on a show. So Gavin Smith gets that fourth spot. So again, a huge shout out to everybody that put on a show today. Again, I do apologize that we will not be racing tomorrow due to the weather, but Todd Beckett gets fifth place on a three-wheeler. Ultra 3 is back with Todd Beckett. Completely missing the right rear tire, but he had made it to the finish line. I remember Corey Day did that in his Cherokee last year at this same event. But the never give up attitude by our racers is bar none. I absolutely love it. So we have one more race to go for this weekend. It is the 4400 main event. So we'll be kicking that off here in probably the next 5 minutes or so. So if you need to go get a drink or a quick little snack, I'd do it now because live racing for the 4400 mains is about to go down. And getting a thumbs up from Glennie Page. They're going to make it. They put a transmission in the last couple hours. Yep, right over here to the spotters. All right, so Glennie Page and Bill McGibbon did get their car back together in that Jimmy single-seater, so he'll take a rear start. But a rear start's better than a no start on any race day. So love the grit and determination by the Canadians, Bill McGibbon and Glennie Page. And if you remember Bill McGibbon last year at this race during qualifying, took her for a rip, bud, and he did a full-on just cartwheel endo. It was terrible. Had to take a life flight helicopter out of here. He was okay. The car was hurt. They had to take it back to Jimmy's and get it fixed. But he's raced with us a few times, and he got it here in practice, lost the transmission, but he is going to be back out and running. So the 4400 main event. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, NorCal, Badlands, Vegas to Reno, right here at Beach Bend, Crandon, Crossbar. They go up mountains, short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all and do it all well. So this is where off-road started with Ultra 4, and it's came a long ways. So sitting in that pole position is the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And it's going to be a fun one to watch there. So he's in a 2018 UFO single-seat IFS with an LSX 434, ATO 4L80E, SCST case, Nitto tires, Raceline wheels, VP, RCV, and Alltech. And then starting in that second position is the 4417 of Jonathan Dawes out of Mooresville, Indiana with Dirt Weapon Off-Road and that Trent Fab chassis with a straight axle up front. Ed's Racing LS 418, Mickey Thompson Tires, Brannock Motorsports, All Out Ironworks, and Balducci Enterprises. And that third spot is the number 124 of Roger King out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby. In this partially committed and Diddy's Big Block chassis, LS3, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson tires, Giggle Pin winch, and Yukon. And then missing his prelim, but should be good to go, is the number 47 of Philip McGilton. Out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports in that fourth-gen Campbell chassis, single-seat IFS, Schofield Performance, LSX 454, Southern Tire Mart, and Pilot. Yokohama, KMC Wheels, Simpson, and Willwood Brakes. And then last but not least, all the way from Smith Falls, Ontario, Canada, is Bill McGibbon, number 461, with McGibbon Racing in that Jimmy's single-seat IFS Green Dragon. He's got an LS with 700 horsepower, J&A Hydrovac Services, Mickey Thompson, Diddy's Big Block, Team R Customs, and Jimmy's 4x4. So don't quite see him lined up yet. But we have 5 of the 4,400 getting ready to take off the line. And I was lucky enough to bump into Sal Fish at Crandon a couple years ago, and that was his first time ever seeing an Ultra 4 race. And he said, a quote from Sal Fish, a legend of our sport. He said, a typical short course car is like a ballerina, but Ultra 4 cars come out and they're like gladiators ready for battle. And he is absolutely right. Having that chat with Sal Fish and him saying that about Ultra 4 gave me goosebumps, and it's a memory, a core memory I will never forget. So what a run we have had this weekend. The weather has been hit and miss. We've had rain, we've had wind, we've had sunshine, we've had it all. But tonight, the floodgates are going to open, and it's going to be a full-on washout tomorrow. And here's Cash Lee Croy coming on into the booth. Perfect. Yeah, come on in, get the headset on, buddy. So we got Cash Lee Croy fresh off his back-to-back win. It's unofficial, but I think it's looking good, buddy.
Yeah, I hope so. That was a fun race.
Man, that was a good one. You were out there ripping it, and you had a great run. It looked smooth.
Yeah, I mean, just calmed down once I heard that Jay and Paul were out. That sucks for them, but just had a calm, smooth race, and it was fun.
Yeah, your two biggest competitors out there were dropped out, so you knew you could calm down a little bit, get in your zone, and race. But, speaking about racing, we are off and running. And it looks like Paul Wolf with the hole shot. Too bad he couldn't make the Pro Mod, and he broke during the Open, but he is in his 4,400 and ripping out there. In second is Philip McGilton, then Bill McGibbon, then John Dawes, and then Roger King. What do you think about these cars? When you get in one of these?
These are pretty neat. Once, I'd say I'm more like Kyle. I'd want to race it in the UTV.
Well, what are you waiting on? He just sold his car. Did you buy it?
No, it wasn't me.
All right.
Similar to the UTV and the rock bounce and stuff. I mean, that's kind of like the same comparison here, and I just always like UTVs better.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, they're. I mean, look how far they came. You're in that Can-Am Mav R. You've only had that for probably about a year now, maybe a year and a half.
Right.
And to see, the Can-Am X3 was amazing, and then the Mav R came out, awesome. And Polaris is still in the game too.
Yeah, everybody's in there. They're getting super serious in the side-by-side stuff with manufacturers.
So here,
Maverick R is awesome.
Absolutely. So Paul Wolf with Wolf Racing #1 through the Brannick Boulders, and then Philip McGilton, who was having some kind of car issues, but obviously he got it figured out in that second position. Then it's Bill McGibbon, Jonathan Dawes, and then Roger King. So the top 5 are all within about 30 seconds of each other. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. Jason Farley, Stitch, Grass, Frazier all tuning in. We'll get a lap time here in just a moment, and it's a 1:31 for Paul Wolf, and then Philip McGilton, Bill McGibbon, John Dawes, and Roger King should be clicking off a lap. And right here at the start of lap #2 on this 8-lap race, it's starting to rain, so the water truck is in full effect right now. Are you glad you're not out there in the rain?
Yeah, it started sprinkling on me in the prelim.
Did it? Okay. The prelims, it did start sprinkling at the end.
That was rough.
Yeah, because it messes up your windscreen, and I'm sure your grip on the steering wheel.
Yeah, it's rough.
I wonder what these guys are out there doing on course. Looks like Paul Wolf's getting ready to hit the king kicker and launches up and over. And it's still Philip McGilton in that second spot, and then Bill McGibbon in third, and then John Dawes in that fourth spot. So 1, 2 are close, 3, 4 is close, and then Roger King trying to reel him in. It's been a great day of racing, and we are not over yet. We are out on lap #3 of 8 on this 1.2-mile track. What'd you think about the course? This place is awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an awesome track. The dirt here is just perfect for a short course.
Unless it rains a lot, then it's a mud course.
That's what I hear.
Well, we're about to find out. I don't think this is enough rain to make it too slick out there. It's still a little bit of dust out on course.
No, it might actually make it perfect. You never know.
Yeah, it's off-road racing. You just never know. So what's your next race with us here at Ultra 4, buddy?
I'm not real sure. We came here because we had a free weekend. We're racing the asphalt legend car stuff.
Oh, I did see that. That looks like a lot of fun.
We got every single week of June and July coming up. So
that's busy.
We're going to be busy.
Yeah. Well, you're always a fan favorite, and you always put on a show, and you came out here and put it to them, didn't you?
Yeah, it was fun. Definitely want to do some more of this stuff.
100%. The rain is coming. The wind has picked up, and it's coming straight out of the west right into the Big B studio. We'll see what happens. But it's still Paul Wolf out front, but Philip McGill's starting to reel him in as he goes through the Brannick boulders. So we got a pretty good race on our hands right now. I see Amanda walking around with a little fright on her face watching Philip McGilton trying to reel in Paul Wolf.
Paul's fast. It definitely sucks that we weren't able to get out there with him.
Yeah, I was hoping to see him out there, but tie rod took him out. Not exactly sure what happened, but hey, if you can't steer, you can't make it through, can you?
All I know is I saw him blitz past me in the rocks, and we go in the next turn, and he's off the track.
Okay, so he must have broke it in the Brannick boulders.
I'm assuming it was in the rocks.
I was watching too many other things. I missed it.
I definitely had an up-close in-person view.
Yeah, for a little bit. And then you started checking out, and to take home 2 first-place trophies here is going to be pretty impressive, as long as it sticks, which I think it's going to.
I hope so.
It's been a wonderful day for the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway just outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky. And Jonathan Dawes and Bill McGibbon. We have Bill McGibbon and Philip McGilton. I keep mixing those names up. It's your turn.
Yeah, they're confusing names.
Let's hear it.
I couldn't say it.
You can't even get it out once wrong, huh?
Not
or right.
I can't.
We're all here having fun. And Philip McGilton and Paul Wolf out front, 1 and 2. Getting ready to head out on their 5th lap of 8. And then Bill McGibbon and John Dawes, 3rd and 4th, are having a pretty good battle on their hands as well. And let's go to the timing. 2.5 second lead here at ultra4racing.livemotorsports.com. We have got a great race on our hands. And Stitch is rooting on his buddy, Bill McGibbon, with that fresh, borrowed TH400. They just put that transmission in, literally just got it going.
So how are the lap times stack up with these versus UTVs?
Neck and neck. I think Paul Wolf had a 126 earlier, and now he's a 124. So 2 seconds off. That's pretty wild, isn't it?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, the power to weight ratio on these new Can-Am Maverick R's are super impressive.
Yeah, the suspension and everything about them, they're just awesome cars. They're big, too. They're starting to get up there with the 4,400 cars.
Yeah, Miller Richmond just said his car was up to 3,000 pounds. You know what yours weighs? Probably in that neighborhood? You're probably 2,500, I'd guess.
I bet I'm below 2,500.
Okay, so yours is a lot lighter.
It's
okay.
a lighter car.
So set up for short course in this style.
Yeah, it was a desert car that Kyle Chaney and them built for the Hammers Desert Race.
Yep.
So just shed a little bit of weight out for this race and, took all the stuff out, seat and all that type of stuff, and came out here with a little bit of a lighter car.
Yeah. All right. Well, they're still ripping and roaring out there, heading out on lap number 6 of 8. It's Paul Wolf and then Philip McGilton. Less than 2 seconds splits them up. And Amanda's over here barely being able to breathe watching Philip trying to reel in Paul Wolf. And I can't believe it. It's raining and there's still dust.
Right. It was pretty bad earlier in the prelim.
Oh, man.
It was dry.
It happens.
Well, it was good talking to you. I got to get out here and make sure my tent doesn't blow away.
All right, Cash, congratulations, and come back and get that trophy. Let me get a time for you real quick. But thanks for joining me, and
all right.
we'll see what's going on. All right, just got a word from John Goodby, the Ultra 4 USA Commissioner. We're going to try to do awards at 5 o'clock. So tune into our social for that. We'll do a social post. We are going to try to tear everything down because the storm is coming. So again, everybody here on site and back home, if you can spread the word, 5 p.m. is what we're going to shoot for the awards as we're out on lap number 7 of 8. So one more lap to go before the white flag comes out. So Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton at 2.5 seconds. So they're still neck and neck. And then Bill McGibbon and Jonathan Dawes in that 3rd and 4th. But I think, yes, Bill McGibbon has a left rear flat tire. So Jonathan Dawes is starting to reel him in. They've got 2 more laps to do it. Can Bill McGibbon with a flat tire hold off? Oh, and the tread completely came off. So Jonathan Dawes is sitting right where he wants to be right now. This has been a great race. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. This is the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway. Outside of Bowling Green, Kentucky, a huge shout out to Freight Factory, Spider Tracks, Factor 55, PCI Race Radios, G4 Suspension Technology, Metal Cloak, Maxxis, and King. We also have Rock Crawler Suspension, NorCal Rock Racing, All Things UTV, Brannick Motorsports, Warren Racing, and Monster Energy. And the white flag is out for Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton. One more lap to go. Does Paul have what it takes to hold off Philip McGilton? He's got up to a 3.5 second lead now. Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton have been neck and neck. And speaking about that, Bill McGilton with a left rear flat tire is still ahead of Jonathan Dawes with 1 lap to go. But Jonathan Dawes knows it. He sees it. He's got 1 more lap. Can he do what it takes to make it happen? And Philip McGilton is in full sin mode trying to catch him. Got a little bit of lap traffic for Bill McGibbon and Jonathan Dawes. And the rain's starting to pick up a little bit. That wind is getting rowdy, so we timed this absolutely perfect. One more time through the Brannick Boulders for Paul Wolf, just ahead of Philip McGilton. Does he have what it takes? It's looking like it. Philip McGilton had car issues earlier, but was able to get it back together and hold a solid 2nd place run. So the checkered flag is in hand and getting ready to fly. And it is going to be unofficial winner, the 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. And right behind him is Philip McGilton, number 47, out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with 47 Motorsports. But now the race to watch is Bill McGibbon and Jonathan Dawes. Bill McGibbon has a left rear flat tire for the last 2, maybe 3 laps. What a great run for Paul Wolf and Philip McGilton. What a great, great race it was to watch. Then it's side by side through the Brannick Boulders. Philip McGilton and Jonathan Dawes. It's going to be a race to the finish. And here we are. 1 more turn to go. I think Bill McGibbon's going to hold him off. We're going to shoot it for 5 o'clock awards. And Phil McGibbon, number 461 out of Ontario, Canada, with McGibbon Racing in that 3rd position, just barely ahead of Jonathan Dawes. Number 4417 out of Mooresville, Indiana, with Dirt Weapon Off-Road. And then last but definitely not least is the number 124 of Roger King out of Sparta, Tennessee with Team Robbie Bobby. Well, you can see in the background, everybody's starting to scatter. The rain has set in. We timed this absolutely perfect. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass. It was a quick weekend because we had to cancel tomorrow, so I do apologize about that. But we will see everybody in Moab, Utah next weekend for the 2nd Western Series race. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. This is the 2025 Holley EFI Battle in the Bluegrass here at the Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So from the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Hasquist, and thank you. We will see you next weekend for the Freight Factory beatdown at Area BFE. So we'll see you there. Thanks, and have a good one.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
We don't take these lightly. They're not practiced or anything like that. We're here to try to win. You know, we're getting bigger car counts. It's a new track. It's a cool venue, and it's a different change of scenery.
That's what all for it. But then when the police flag drops, it's all out battle. Mad Max and Thunderdome.
It's gonna be tough. Competition is the best of the best.
For me, it's just a place to go release some anger and have some fun with my kids, and it's like fist fighting in a goddamn race car.
Sport racing to me is a way to get out with friends, where we spend time together. It's where you get your blood pumping.
I'm excited. I have a lot of confidence on where Ultra 4 is going to be.
Ultra 4 is awesome. It's so much fun to do this wheel to wheel with the guy next to you, especially in short course. And what an opportunity to be able to race side by side with like pro level drivers, drivers that have won K8 previously, OG drivers that have been in this for 10 plus years.
PCI Race Radios, the leader in off-road communication since 1972. Our equipment was developed for racing in Baja, perfected for enjoying the weekend with family and friends. PCI has the highest quality communications, navigation, and safety equipment, backed by the best support in the industry. Find us at hundreds of events each year, supporting our equipment on site and providing the PCI Weatherman Relay. See you in the desert.
Tested and proven in some of the world's most rugged environments, the all-new Warn Xeon XD and XP line of vehicle recovery winches have arrived, redesigned from the ground up. Warn Xeon XD and XP represent the ultimate in performance and durability on the market today. You'll have the confidence to go farther, and most of all, go prepared.